friends! Welcome back to my channel. This is ASO Tarot, and in today's actual pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at what you need to know about your separation / no contact situation with your person. Now, before we get into the cards, I'm just going to quickly say, first of all, I'm putting a trigger warning on this reading, not because I'm talking about any like super violent circumstances or anything like that, but because I'm being completely honest. If you feel you are not ready to hear what I might have to say in this reading, don't force yourself to watch it. I am being honest, so I just want to say that going forward, that like I did not hold back in this reading at all. But I'm gonna go through the cards really quickly and the stones for those who just want to pick their pile and get through the reading. And then for those of you who want to stay, I have a ton to talk about, just about like the reading itself, why it's this long, kind of what's going on here, and what y'all need to know. So to start, we have pile 1 here, and with pile 1, we have the mice Lenormand card, and also this Chrysocolla. I'm not good at saying it, but it's that blue one, that blue guy. And then we have pile 2 with the coffin Lenormand card, and then this gorgeous piece of Charoite. That one is a lot easier to say. I swear I can't say Pokemon names or crystal names. And then finally with pile 3, we have the cross Lenormand card and the strawberry quartz cube to accompany it, I guess. So you can pick your pile based on the card, based on the stone, whatever you want to do. But once you've picked your pile or piles, it really doesn't matter. You can go ahead and scroll down to the description box below or the comment section where I will have all of the timestamps. And I'm just going to be straight up. You may want to watch this on like 1.5 speed, 2 speed, something a lot faster. But let's talk about why this reading is so long. So this reading is actually really experimental because I've had separation readings being requested for a long time. And I really just wanted to do something that was actually productive. And I feel like one thing I get in the comments a lot is like, well, why isn't there a pile that's just like they're not into you? Or like, how do I know, like, what if this is wishful thinking? Or how do I know this, like, you know, how do I know you're not just like bullshitting me? And like, first of all, you can't. Like with peace and love, you can't. I don't want to. I don't have the energy to, and I don't have a lot of energy these days in general, which is why there's only 3 piles here. But I thought instead of just looking at your person or just looking at you, we would do this whole reading as if you both were sitting with me. So even though you and your person are in separation, you know, you never know that you both may come across this reading, or you may find that maybe your energy switches, or there's or you find that things make sense to you because you're able to see it from their perspective. This is the very first tarot reading on my channel that I have ever used a damn spread for. And so if that doesn't go to show my dedication to this, like, I don't know what does. But that's partially why this reading took so long. But we look at a lot of stuff. There's a lot of layers, and I go really, really, really in depth. And I don't know how it's going to be for you guys because 1, I'm using spreads, so that makes things more specific. And 2, I just don't know like if it's going to be accurate or resonate. It's completely experimental. And I kind of just like want to stress that like just because I have a certain number of like subscribers or something like that doesn't mean that I'm automatically confident in myself all the time, because, you know, imposter syndrome is a thing. So, and I'm not saying that to be like, oh, tell me I'm a good reader. Like, I'm just saying that to be like, this is why I'm coming to you not live from my intro, because I'm filming this before anyone's gonna see it. So I have no idea if it's gonna resonate. And like this reading was actually like weighing over my head because it was so long and it was taking so much energy, and so I had to get rid of the fourth pile because I just didn't have the energy to do another one. And this upload was already late, and I wanted to apologize for that. I had filmed the first two piles, and I was kind of gathering my energy to be ready to do the last two. And in that amount of time, I found out about Trevor Moore passing away, and that, like, normally I'm not somebody who gets affected by like celebrity deaths and things like that, but that one really hit me hard. And I like tried to film the past 2 days, and like I just couldn't. And y'all call me out on my energy even when I am feeling fine. So like I know if anything changes the slightest, like y'all will notice. So I had to wait to get my energy right to finish this reading, but unfortunately, like I just didn't have the energy to finish a fourth pile. And it's already super long as it is, so you may find that there isn't a pile for you in this reading, mainly because like you could have been in pile 4, and I'm sorry, but I couldn't get to it this time. I'm one person, and like one reading alone was like 2 hours, so that's typically a full video. But I really think adding this like other side did add a lot of depth, and I'm hoping that it will be worthwhile. But I am saying like I'm probably never gonna do a reading like this again because it just took so long and it took so much energy. And maybe if I cut back on like the amount of cards or something like that, but even then if I have a couple of cards, like the energy still keeps coming through. So like I don't know. So I hope you enjoy it. Let me know what you think. This reading is definitely experimental, and I hope that like at the very least you enjoy it and it gives you clarity. But if not, I just kind of wanted to explain, one, why it was so damn long, and two, like why this video took forever to upload and why I've been kind of gone is because this reading has been so energetically draining, and it's been taking so much energy on top of just like life being life that like it's taken me a while, and I just can't exert myself much more. I will collapse. So I hope y'all enjoy, and I hope that like you at least appreciate me being human with you and saying, hey, I get in my head just as much as you guys. I got in my head about this reading to the point where like I had to make a whole spread thing. But yeah, okay. I'm done rambling. Go ahead, pick your pile, pick your reading. Let me know what you think. Please don't be super mean to me. And even if you are, that's not my problem. That just says more about you than me. But yeah, with peace and love, I hope you enjoy. You may want to watch on 1.5 speed. And yeah, I hope this reading gives you some clarity. And I hope you find it funny that I filmed an extended despite this whole damn reading being extended. Okay, bye. Hi there, pile 1. If you guys chose the Chrysocolla stone and this mouse Lenormand card, this is going to be your reading. So to just talk about the card that you picked really quickly, one thing that I find really interesting that bothers me is the fact that it says mice, but there's only one mouse on here. But I think this kind of already makes sense that it would be plural and there's only one there, considering we are in a no contact reading, but we are channeling 2 energies. I do find mice to be very worried and maybe very focused on what's right in front of them. At times they can be very anxious, very nitpicky. But I do think that in the context of this connection, because I asked for each card to kind of represent the connection in some way, I do feel like both parties here could be losing a bit of hope, or they could be trying to distract themselves from this connection and are finding that the energy of this connection is kind of slowly but surely eating away at them, at you and your person in some way. And you might find that the connection itself is polluted by something, whether it's an attitude, a belief, another person, whatever it may be. There does kind of seem to be this depleting energy to the connection where maybe both of you are losing hope. We'll see. I don't know. We'll get deeper into it, but it does just kind of seem like between the two of you, you might be worrying over this connection or just finding yourselves to be fearful. I also kind of see both parties in this connection either as being like runners or one maybe running and the other just not chasing, kind of standing in their own power. Because this makes me think of like Jerry the mouse and, you know, kind of running from Tom. And I feel like you both are trying to navigate through all the obstacles that are heading your way in your daily lives. So I'm going to lay out all of your oracle cards, and I'm going to speed this part up. So I'll see you in a second after I lay all these out. Hello, welcome back. I am done, as you can see. So I'm gonna explain how, I did explain in the intro how this is working, but essentially this side will be one person, this side will be the other person, and then the two cards in the middle will represent connecting energies between the two of you, and then we have 3D energy here and 5D energy. So 3D energy is like the physical world, 5D energy is like the astral, spirit, more spiritual, like dreamy-esque energetic realm. So I am going to be giving this reading, even though you're here and I'm talking to you, I'm going to be talking like you're not here, like I'm just reading the connections. So one person I'm going to be calling the swan, and the other person I'm going to be calling the phoenix, because those are the 3D energies. So if you find that you resonate with one very heavily, that is likely your side. But if you resonate with both of them, then I would say that it's quite likely that the energy is mirrored here. So don't be too freaked out about that. I would just kind of maybe focus on the energy that you feel you resonate with more. But yeah, the energies here seem pretty distinct. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump into it. So starting with the connecting energy here between these two counterparts, people. The 5D energy coming through is integrity, which is a really wonderful energy to see, because this goes to show that these two people, one lesson that they are learning right now in this separation is how to not sacrifice their truth. Integrity is all about living in your truth and feeling free to do so. We have a bald eagle here. You know, obviously me being American, I think of freedom, letting freedom ring. And I think that both of you, whether you're American or not, are just learning how to embrace your truth alone, because that might be difficult, but also feeling free to pursue whatever that truth may be, and recognizing that both of you have the freedom to, hopefully, to follow what is right for you. And I'm even called to notice that we have, like, you know, this glowing orb around the third eye and this massive orb around the heart chakra. So I would say it's quite likely that you and this person, your higher selves, they're constantly sending energy to one another. I would not be surprised. See, now I'm going to start saying you, right? As I'm like, I would not be surprised if you and your person have dreams about one another. You just feel each other at different times. But what is interesting is that this swan person over here is definitely the one maybe further along in this process. But both of these counterparts are learning what their truth is, recognizing what their truth is, and focusing. One, I caught myself touching my moldavite. So, and this is moldavite too, by the way, I've seen people ask. Obviously a stone of intense transformation. And I think that because these two people are focusing on their own transformations, on following their truth, sticking to their truth, this rapid transformations are occurring as a result. And I touched the blue lace agate as well. And so I do feel like there is a desire on both sides to communicate these changes, but I would say it's probably very likely that energetically these two feel blocked from one another. I mean, one of you could have blocked the other, but I think it's more so that these two are kind of staying in their own lane. There's not necessarily any vitriol or like, there could be hard feelings attached, but what I'm kind of seeing is that there's no like harsh, intense energy being sent one way or the other, or by both of you. With this determination card here, both counterparts are learning how to have more confidence in themselves and have a more solid self-esteem, sense of self-esteem, etc. And as we can see here, in the Swans pile, they're more focused on maturing, whereas the Phoenix is more focused on finding their own self-worth. And so I think that one big thing happening right now is there's a lot of solar plexus upgrades happening. I believe this integrity card goes with the solar plexus, the heart, and the third eye chakra. I could be wrong, but the connecting energy between you two in the 3D is that you both are kind of essentially like these salmon swimming upstream. You are going against the current of what feels right. You're going against groupthink, essentially, and trying to figure out what your own truths are. And you're kind of fighting an uphill battle in the sense that you might be going against the grain of what feels right to the both of you, solely because you know that this is what's best for you. I mean, it's almost intrinsic to you. Like, you know, I'm pretty sure for salmon, you know, they don't make an active choice like, oh, let's just go swim up this waterfall. It's more like, oh, we were biologically or like, you know, it's instinctual to swim upstream. And I think that for both of you, it's instinctual. I think one of maybe the issues is biologically and societally, everything might be telling you to go a different way or to do things a different way. But I think that you and your person, even though you are in separation, you are both learning how to stand in your truths and recognize what your truths are. And both of you are determined to succeed is one thing that I heard. And I don't know if that's about the connection, but it's definitely about life in general. And I think that in order for you and your person to kind of come together in a meaningful way, you both do need to have a solid sense of self-esteem. So this is a really beautiful thing to see. We're going to start with the Swan person because definitely energetically they are further along in this journey. And I would say it's likely that a lot of people watching are probably going to resonate with this side more. But that just because you resonate with this side, it doesn't mean that this Swan person is better in any way. It just means that these two counterparts are at different places in their journey, and that's totally valid. Now, the Swan person is being represented in the 3D in this watery energy. So this Swan person could be in their feels a bit right now. This card is really emotionally advanced, and I do think that this Swan person is very emotionally mature. I think that they've been through a lot when it comes to this connection, and I would say it's likely they recognize this connection for what it is, whether there's a label attached or not. I think that this Swan person is recognizing the truth of their feelings in this connection, the truth of what this connection is to them. I think that they are learning that they don't need other people to validate how they feel about this connection, that it's their connection and they don't need anyone or even the other person to affirm what it is to them. I feel like this Swan person is really focused on their own creativity right now. The goddess Saraswati could be significant as well. This card talks about that specific Hindu goddess. So if she is significant to anybody, there you go. But I definitely think this Swan person is doing a lot of shadow work and maturing because of it. I feel like they've already done a lot of shadow work, but they're doing even more. And I think this Swan person is recognizing the duality of life and kind of how, you know, everybody is kind of reflections of them, and that, you know, they're not perfect, but at the very least, they owe it to themselves to be following what feels right to them. I think it is likely that this person, considering they're very focused on their creativity, they might be using this connection as inspiration for their own creative endeavors. They might be kind of exploring their shadow side and their light side through their creativity, and then it's helping them gain understanding about this connection. But I almost feel like maybe this Swan person as well kind of flips between how they feel about the Phoenix person, because I think because this is like a separation, no contact situation, I think at times this Swan person probably feels like super in tune with the connection, knows what their truth is, and I think at other times they might find that their emotions get in the way, their ego might get in the way, and they might catch themselves like ruminating over the past or worrying about things that don't really matter, and just kind of getting themselves worked up over things that are not really necessary. And their shadow side that I pulled so if this is you, this would be a shadow that you're working on, is forgive self, accept what has happened, and give yourself the grace to make mistakes. So I think this swan person is learning how to kind of embrace the fact that they are, you know, they are made up of so many different things, you know, good and bad, and really just judging things as good and bad is a perception in of itself. But I think this person is realizing that it's okay to make mistakes and that they can overcome them and that they can be victorious. And so I think even though this connection may not be in contact at this time, I definitely think that the swan person is recognizing that no matter what happens, no matter how this turns out, they're going to be okay. Because I think one of the most freeing things this swan person has done is actively recognize what their truth in this connection is and realize that they don't need anybody else outside of the connection to affirm it. Looking at their higher self being represented by the bee, this is a very like divine feminine energy. I'm like not gonna lie. But I think that the swan in the 5D, they are primarily, both counterparts actually are primarily like mental, both very intelligent. But I think maybe the swan is having a hard time getting in touch with their higher self at this time because they are maybe dealing with heightened emotions. But this swan person could definitely be like a mystic of some kind, could read cards themselves or be in tune with this type of situation, because this person does seem to be very far along in their understanding of themselves and what this connection is. So I would not be surprised if this swan person dabbles in their own kind of divination or craft. I think this swan person is realizing now that 5D energy and 3D energy are different, and that they can't expect their counterpart to show up in a specific way. I think that this swan person is learning that there is a divide between the higher self and the 3D self, and that even if you're in contact with the higher self, it doesn't mean you're in contact with the 3D self. Even if the swan hasn't realized that, I felt called to channel that information anyway. So no matter what, now you know. But I think that this swan person is really just kind of staying in their own lane and focusing on them. But what I think is beautiful is that they still hold space for their counterpart. And I don't think that this is necessarily like hold space in terms of like desire or obsessing. It's more so just an understanding that it kind of seems like this phoenix person's energy around the swan is kind of omnipresent. And I think because the swan is so sensitive to energy, they're always very aware when their energy is around. And so I think that they are learning how to protect themselves energetically so that this counterpart's energy doesn't like tear them down, weigh them down. But also they are learning how to recognize that whatever this phoenix person does towards them or doesn't do towards them is not a bearing of their worth. This swan person is starting to see things through the eyes of love, and you know, they're maturing emotionally, and they're recognizing that everybody can only show up as much as humanly possible for themselves. We're all in different stages of understanding in our lives. And I think that this swan person, one thing that kind of keeps them coming back to this connection and focusing on this connection or refocusing on this connection is kind of the magic involved in it, and the fact that they feel most aligned in their truth when there's an awareness of this connection. Even if this swan person is with somebody else or doing something else, you know, I think that they hold space for this connection as like with peace and love. Maybe things aren't working right now, maybe I'm not talking to this person, but I still hold love for them. This one person, that's what they're thinking. I still hold love for them, and I recognize that there's something deeper here, even though I don't have it all figured out. And I think one thing that Spirit is saying to this one person is that they don't have to have it all figured out. They just have to just keep swimming like Dory. And I think one thing too is that this one person is recognizing how much they have grown and expanded since they've met this phoenix person, since everything has transpired, and how much they have blossomed. And I think also, you know, there are really crazy synchronicities and things like that keep this swan person like almost in shock, like realizing, oh my gosh, wow, it'll come out of nowhere. And I think that they'll just see confirmation or evidence of what they're feeling in their physical world. But one thing that I'm hearing, especially if you are the swan person, that it is important to actually write this stuff down and keep track of it, because you would be surprised how often you might forget these little synchronicities, and they add up over time. But most importantly, this swan person is recognizing that they cannot sacrifice their needs, they cannot sacrifice their desires, their wants, for anybody, and that they deserve a certain type of treatment, and that they're not going to expect anything less. I think this swan is recognizing now that anybody's behavior towards them is not a direct reflection of their worth, but instead a direct reflection of how that person is feeling. And I think this swan person is realizing that no matter how this connection plays out or what happens, they'll be okay, because they're following what's right to them, and they're following their truth, and they're learning every day how to forgive themselves for their mistakes, for what they didn't know, and they're learning how to be kinder and easier on themselves. And with the higher self being represented by the bee, I do think there's a slight disconnect at this time between the swan's 3D self and their higher self, where their higher self may be trying to come through in a more logical manner and kind of guide the swan towards the things that are specifically important to the swan. I do feel the swan might be getting kind of distracted by the energy of the connection, and we'll get into why. But I do think that the swan's higher self is trying to guide the swan kind of back to what they need to be focusing on in their own truth. Looking over at the Phoenix person, this is really exciting for me to see, because first of all, if you're the swan person, this is direct evidence that all the healing and growing that you've been doing is not for nothing. And if you're the Phoenix person, you should know that even though this swan person may be further along, there is so much love here for you, and they are rooting for you from afar, whether you realize it or not. I do feel like this Phoenix person is probably the one that instigated this separation or no contact situation, and I think it's likely because of circumstances in their personal life. We have the Phoenix card here, and I think this is really beautiful because this is the root chakra, or this card represents the root chakra. And obviously, you know, the Phoenix is all about rising from the ashes, and I'm kind of seeing right now like Dumbledore's Phoenix and like Harry Potter like freaking out as he sees it burst into flames, and not realizing that you know, the Phoenix will rise from the ashes. But I definitely think that this Phoenix person has either gone through some type of really intense tower moment, or they have completed a lot of healing that has needed to be done. The book talks about the root chakra holding like the heaviest karmas, and I think that that is where this person is at. They are finally getting out of this survival mode energy, and they are just starting to they're just starting to kind of tap into their higher selves and be aware of what's going on in the astral. It's likely this person didn't believe in anything before. They may still not now, but they may not even know what a higher self is or believe in that. But this Phoenix person, if it's you, the truth that you're aligning with is the truth that your higher self is trying to convey to you. This Phoenix person, they're awakening. They are awakening spiritually. They're awakening to themselves. They're awakening to their truth. They're awakening to the fact that their ego is only a part of them. And I think that this Phoenix person has been doing so much healing, especially when it comes to their childhood and how they see themselves. And I think what's happening now is they're just starting to see the light. Like, what's that Tangled song? Like, last I see the light. I think that they are literally starting to see the light. And I think one thing that Spirit wants the Swan person to know, and that I think the Phoenix person wishes they could communicate to the Swan person, is that they are very sorry for a lot of the things that they have done, but they want the Swan person to understand that they were operating without the same awareness that the Swan had. The Swan has had a lot more awareness of this situation for a lot longer, likely because they have heightened sensitivity, and because the Swan person probably has more of an intuitive awareness in general. But the Phoenix person is kind of coming online, like they are being reborn in a way. And as every time I say Phoenix person, I just think of like bird person from Rick and Morty turning into Phoenix person. And so I do feel like this person is upgrading from like one level of existence to another. You know, obviously a phoenix is a little bit more badass than a regular bird. And I think that this person is recognizing that they are so much more than they thought they were. I also think this person is realizing that a lot of their self-worth issues are the root of a lot of their problems. And I think that for this Phoenix person, this mice energy, this mouse energy, I want to say mouse and then it says mice, and it's like my brain is having trouble. And I think that this Phoenix person's brain is having trouble when it comes to this connection. And I think as this Phoenix person is awakening, they're slowly starting to understand what's going on here and why this connection may be more of a thing than they thought. They definitely view the swan as an inspiration of some kind. But with this soul tree card being here, this person is, one, getting closer to nature. They're starting to understand human nature more and the difference between, like, you know, the spiritual energies and their own biological, physical energies. They're starting to like who they see in the mirror, slowly but surely, and that's a really beautiful thing. They're definitely taking action towards their own empowerment. This person right now is learning how to have more confidence in themselves and how to embrace this person they're becoming. There's a lot of resistance on this Phoenix person's end to embrace this change. We have this card for their shadow side. If this is you, resisting change, ask yourself why you are not wanting change. Look at the positive side to the changes. Spirit is really asking you to recognize not only how far you've come, but the fact that there really cannot be no evolution without change. There can't be, you know, the saying is evolve or repeat. And so Spirit's kind of saying, yes, changing is an uphill battle, and it does force you to kind of swim in the opposite direction of what people might think or want of you, but it is most satisfying to your soul. And I think that you're likely recognizing now how much power you are giving away to others solely because you cared about what they thought or you wanted to be accepted. With this soul tree card here, actually, I highlighted something in the book because I thought it was really important for y'all to see. So I'm going to grab it. Even if you are the swan person, I think that this is beneficial as well. Trees, like angels, see and feel without judgment, always emitting an eternal stream of love. And actually what's really interesting is I remembered, and if you've seen this reading, comment down below, let me know. I said in one reading once, like, I don't know, if you're really worried, like, go hug a tree and, like, tell the tree your problems. Like, the tree isn't going to say anything to you, but, like, it's a tree. Like, and so reading that, I was like, wow, I was really channeling that because I did not know any of this. But trees see and feel without judgment, always emitting an eternal stream of love. And I think that this is the first time that this Phoenix person is aware of the fact that love can come without conditions. Maybe this is the first time they are feeling unconditional love. And if you are the swan person and you've been sending the Phoenix person unconditional love, it is helping. Don't stop. Please, because that is like the first time that they are actually, not the first, I don't want to like make assumptions on like what their life is like, but I would say in terms of romantic love, this is probably the first time they've ever felt, and they likely are unaware that it's coming from you. I'm going to be completely honest. But they do feel that love that you send them if you do. And this person is learning how to take action towards their life and be more empowered. They are literally like from the ground up reinventing themselves and also growing as a person, and they're recognizing now how much they were holding themselves back because of their poor self-esteem. And I think that now they are focusing on being able to show up for themselves. This true empowerment is all about the fact that this person could, if you were the swan, this Phoenix person could not show up for you because they couldn't even show up for themselves. And if you're the Phoenix person, you cannot feel guilty and feel horrible for not being able to show up how people wanted you to in the past. You were doing the best you could, and just now having this understanding that you weren't showing up for yourself, you should, you know, be a little kinder to yourself and recognize that, oh, I couldn't even be what I needed for myself. Of course I couldn't be what other people wanted me to be, or what other people needed me to be, or what I thought I needed to be in terms of showing up to others. I think that, yeah, both of you are very mental, just because I'm like, so much mental energy is coming through. One cool thing is that we have two 17s here and we have this 16. And so I think both of you are being led by your higher selves at this time, by your intuition, and you're following your own inner truth as like your inner compass for what is in line with your morals and what follows your own integrity. I think both parties here want to act with integrity when it comes to this connection. And I think both parties, whether they are realizing it's related to the connection or not, are energetically learning how to be more confident in themselves and be more determined, not only towards their goals, but being more determined to reflect outwardly who they are on the inside. But this person, the fact that we have two 17s here, this Phoenix person is starting to act with integrity and act in a way that is empowered instead of just being mindless. And yes, we all act in mindless and mindful ways, but I think that this person is actually, for the first time, being aware of the fact that that their actions could have been betraying themselves in the past. Like they may not have even known what self-betrayal is or what codependency is or anything like that. So this Phoenix person has been growing a lot, and this is some monumental change. But with this soul tree here, I think this person is getting closer to the nature of themselves, the nature of humanity. They might be going out in nature more often, but it kind of seems like they're spreading their wings. There's a lot of angelic healing energy around them. And yeah, this is just a very, very, very beautiful energy. So we're going to get in. So if that resonated energetically, then we're going to get into the tarot now. And I am going to once again kind of fast forward everything just because it's faster, and I am shuffling with 3 decks, but I'm going to leave these 3D energies up, and I will go ahead and start with the Swan person. There's other cards that I'm going to lay down as we go, but starting with the Swan person, I'm using the Wizard's Tarot for the Swan person, the Everyday Witch Tarot for the Phoenix person, and the Edgar Allan Poe Tarot for the Connecting Energies. So to start, we're going to look at this Devil card because this represents what the Swan is not, what is hidden to the Swan about this connection. And I think what's hidden to the Swan about this connection is the fact that they are more energetically tethered to this person, whether they realize it or not. I think they're aware of it somewhat, but I don't think they're aware of the extent of how deeply connected the Swan is to the Phoenix. With this card here, I think one thing that the Swan is not aware of is how much they try to hold their energy back and how much they restrict their energy towards this connection and the Phoenix. Now, I think that's totally okay if that's what they're more comfortable with, but I think what Spirit wants the Swan person to know is that if they are restricting themselves from this connection or holding back their energy from this connection precisely only because they are afraid of being rejected, or they are they're just kind of like afraid of being open to it, it's actually holding the Swan person back. Because what I'm kind of hearing is that this Swan person may actually be using substances or other people or other connections as a distraction from this connection. And I think what Spirit is trying to get this Swan person to realize is that, one, their shadow, like while they've been doing a lot of shadow work, I think one thing that they don't see actually is the fact that their shadow work and all the work that they have been doing has helped this situation so much and has helped the Phoenix person so much. But I think one thing that's hidden from the Swan person is the fact that there may be habits of theirs that are actively slowing this connection down, or that are preventing the Swan from being as open to this connection as possible. And I also think that one important thing about this separation is the fact that Spirit is using this time apart for both the Phoenix and the Swan as a way to grow and ascend and evolve. And I think one thing that the Swan person is not realizing is that they are kind of tethered to the Phoenix energetically. So even if theoretically the Swan person never talked to the Phoenix person again in this lifetime, they're still going to like be like, what's up on the astral after it's over. Like, there is this energetic link here. I would say for a lot of these counterparts, this is very high soul ties here. And I think that one thing that this Swan person is not realizing is that they may actually be demonizing the Phoenix person unintentionally, because they may be looking at the Phoenix person as the person that they were before this connection truly went into separation. They may still be focusing on what energies are like. They may be focused on what energies were occurring in the connection before these two counterparts went into separation. But one thing that Spirit is trying to get the Swan person to realize is that they don't have to carry all these burdens around this connection, and that in fact the best thing that they can do, instead of trying to control and restrict the energies, surrender to the energy that they're experiencing and not feel like that they have to place an understanding around the energy. I feel like Spirit is saying this energy, if you're the Swan person, you don't necessarily have to work through it. Instead, you just have to, instead of trying to force it out, just accept it and be open to it and see what comes through as a result. Now, which I'm going to scale back. This is harder for me. I'm going to be completely honest. This is a little bit more difficult for me because I am actually using a spread. So if I sound a little bit more disjointed, I apologize. But moving forward, I wanted to see and these are mirrored, by the way. So what I'm asking about, like, this is the Phoenix hidden influences, things that they're not seeing about the connection, blah, blah, so on and so forth. With the Ten of Wands card being in reverse for the Swan, one thing that they're not seeing accurately because of their ego, so that's why these ego cards are here, is that they don't have to carry the burden of this connection. This connection doesn't have to be a burden. It doesn't have to be something that they are so actively focused on. In fact, when the Swan is less focused on this connection, the more they are actually helping this connection along, is what I'm hearing. Even if these two don't move forward together, it's like the Swan is still helping out the Phoenix because like the Phoenix, I think, whether they realize it or not, can feel the Swan's energy. But this card says it's all about caregiver energy, which is a feminine ego trait, and it says, I forgive myself for feeling as though if I don't do it, no one will. I choose to believe that when I allow others to prioritize tasks as they see fit, I allow them to clarify what is important so that they may pursue a life more resonant with their truest selves. I think one thing that this person is not realizing is that this connection, the Swan person may have a lot of fears and worries sometimes that this connection is one-sided, but it's definitely not. I think, though, one thing that they forget is that they're not the only one involved in this connection, and that it isn't one-sided, and that there is energy that they're experiencing from this Phoenix person that is not actually theirs, but they are unaware of that. I feel like this Swan person, what they are not realizing is that they are more deeply tethered to this connection than they realize. And also the things that they may demonize or shame the Phoenix for or did in the past, they had issues with as well. Because what Spirit is really showing me is that there's a lot of like direct mirroring going on. And what I find fascinating is that the Queen of Wands in reverse came out for both counterparts in the same position for what is important to know moving forward. So we'll get there, but I guess Spirit wants me to scale back and kind of do both of these at the same time. So what's hidden from the Phoenix, I think, is the fact that if they wanted to, they could put their hat in the ring with the Swan. That I feel like one thing that this Phoenix person doesn't realize is that they may be really focused on all the other people that this Swan person may potentially be talking to. I do think there's insecurities on both sides about the fact that the other is like, how do I word this? There's insecurities on both ends about who's around the other. And actually, before I took these off, we had, for mutual ego energies, we have, I forgive myself for judging the experience of emotions I would rather not be mine, and I choose to believe that when I honor each and every one of my emotional expressions, I discover a deeper wisdom not accessible through reason alone. And I forgive myself for not making the changes I know would better support me in realization of my desires. I choose to believe that deeper comfort and fulfillment await me, and I may effortlessly receive them both once I surrender to the shift required to get there. So these are both addict energies. Not saying that you guys are addicts, but this is like an ego thing. And it's the ego thing, like our ego is a mechanism that we use to protect ourselves. And so I think that one thing that both parties struggle with is embracing the positive feelings that they have for one another. And in fact, I think that there's a lot of fear around what it might look like if these two were actually open to these energies. But also, I think that these two are maybe a little bit addicted to feeling safe, obviously, with this comfort card, being comfortable, not going outside of their comfort zone. And I feel like both of these people, one way that they are similar is that they are both used to helping others. Both of these people are very willing to extend their help to others, and they don't really expect people to return the favor. And I think one thing that the Swan isn't aware of is, one, how similar they and the Phoenix are, whether they realize it or not, but two, the fact that they maybe create more pain for themselves by trying to detach from the energies that they're feeling every so often. But I think, yeah, what the Swan really isn't seeing is that they don't have to carry this burden, that they don't have to hold on to the connection for everybody. Like all the Swan has to do is focus on themselves. There is no burden that needs to be carried here. And in fact, I think one thing that Spirit wants the Swan to realize is that there has been a lot that has transpired. I feel like the separation period has lasted for a decent amount of time, long enough for there to be significant change. And I think this Swan person is recognizing now that, or what Spirit wants the Swan person to recognize, is that the same burdens and the same energies that were once there are not necessarily there anymore, and that you don't have to, that the energy is less one-sided than it once was. But I think what Spirit is trying to get the Swan to understand is that they don't need to be, that they don't have to do all the heavy lifting in the connection to make this connection work. And that, in fact, the more they kind of surrender it and give it to the divine, the easier it will flow. Same goes for the Phoenix, because one thing that the Phoenix is not realizing is how much they're allowing what other people's opinions, one, to dictate how they go about things, but two, that their own internal uncertainty slows this energy down as well. I feel like this Phoenix person maybe gets overwhelmed at times because they're unsure of how to show up for somebody, or they might go back and forth. If this is you, you might go back and forth between what you should do about something. You might find that you're impulsive sometimes and want to do things a certain way and then don't want to do things another way. But I think overall, what's most important that the Phoenix doesn't see that they need to see about this connection is that, one, this swan person won't be around forever, just sitting, chilling. They might actually assume that the swan person has already moved on. But with the Phoenix person, I think one thing the Spirit is trying to get, I think the Spirit is trying to tell the Phoenix person that they can throw their hat in the ring around the swan if they want to. Because I do think that they were the ones that maybe instigated this no contact situation. And I think that they are very afraid of facing this energy, because what's really interesting is that we have all reversals here except for the hidden influences. And so I think one thing that the swan doesn't see is that the Phoenix feels those same, feels that same energetic undercurrent. And that I think one thing that the Spirit wants to praise the swan for is how much healing they've already been doing and how much they have already overcome their struggles, because it is helping the Phoenix as well and is helping them grow. And what I can see here with the Seven of Pentacles being in reverse, and then I forgive myself for assuming others need me to ensure they are provided for. I choose to believe that when I trust others to actively participate in the creation of their lives, I invest in a world where we are all empowered and see the truth strength that exists in being. So I feel like this Phoenix person is used in the same way that the swan person is used to helping others out. And actually what's interesting is that the hero is a masculine ego expression around making others feel safe, and the swan, being the caregiver, is more about, I need to help others so that I have a reason to be here. And so I think one thing that the Phoenix person is needing to learn is that they can protect and take care of themselves, and that it's okay if they're wrong. Nobody needs to know. But with this Seven of Pentacles being in reverse, I think one thing that they don't realize is that this swan person is kind of seems like they're waiting on them. Maybe not literally, but they're kind of like, the swan person kind of seems to be not trying to change anything too drastically, because they're afraid of what might happen, or they're maybe like afraid of moving on and then this person coming in. And which, I mean, you got to follow your truth. You got to do what feels right. Everything will unfold in divine timing. But I think one thing that if you're the Phoenix person, you may not even realize that this swan person is hoping for something more here. Because I think what this Phoenix person has yet to understand is that they may have experienced this caregiver energy from the swan, and they may have felt like they weren't adequate, or that they didn't have anything to give the swan. But I think Spirit is asking the Phoenix to look at this connection and, one, reflect on the past and realize how far you've come, and two, recognize that you don't have to show up in this connection in one specific way. You don't have to be one version of yourself. And actually, the more you are just open and be yourself and kind of see and just kind of like embrace things with the mindset of asking questions and recognizing that maybe you don't know the truth and maybe you don't know what's going on, I think the easier it will be for these two to maybe kind of energetically align and come together again. But I definitely think that the Phoenix person maybe feels like not enough time has passed, or there is not an opening for them. They may feel like they are not welcome in the swan's life. But here's what's interesting. We'll go back into this, but I want to talk about what each counterpart needs to know moving forward and why that's important. So I see this Queen of Wands as being an aspect represented in both of you. One thing that I'm hearing is that if this Queen of Wands in reverse represents like a third party energy, Spirit is kind of asking whoever it is. Like if you're worried about the other person's third party, it's not your job to worry about it. Don't waste your energy investing into it. And especially if you're the swan and you've been trying to get information about it, it's not helpful. Don't do that. But if you're the Phoenix person and you're like curious about if the swan person has a third party, I don't think so. I don't think there's like a third party energy here, but if there is, it does kind of seem like it's not very relevant or necessary to talk about. And I think that you'll know if that's the case. But this is why I love shuffling with like multiple decks, because it's the synchronicities, man. Like the synchronicities. Both of you are disempowered when it comes to this connection, because fear overrules your confidence in your ability to be a partner, your ability to show up for somebody else, your ability to just be yourself and not be afraid of how that person is going to take it. Both of you need to be in Queen of Wands energy, in the sense that you are manifesting, you are affirming what it is that you want in this world. And I think that Spirit is saying that you both don't recognize how magnetic and attracting your energies are to each other. And that in fact, if you both, instead of focusing on what could go wrong, instead of focusing on that, focusing on what could go right and what you can stand in your power around, that will greatly help both of you. And truthfully, I think this is still related, not even just to the connection, but just about in your personal lives, because, you know, if this is divinely timed, Spirit kind of sets that up based on the actions that you take in every day. And so Spirit is kind of saying, moving forward, I think that the swan person needs to focus on standing in their creative power and using that creative power in an intuitive way. So instead of looking for answers, following what feels right before it makes sense and focusing your creative energy on that. I also think for the swan person, because either they do divinate or they get some type of intuitive information, to have more confidence in what they divinate about this situation, and to also trust their own internal guidance when it comes to this connection, and recognize that they know more than they realize. And in fact, one of their shadow energies holding them back is that they don't realize that they don't have confidence or faith in what they are intuiting. And so it kind of just goes to waste, and that manifestation energy is kind of wasted. That intent energy, it just gets kind of blocked. It's not very effective or successful. Now with the Phoenix person and the Queen of Wands in reverse and death instead, I feel like this Phoenix person isn't realizing that they're, first of all, if you're the Phoenix person, you're doing amazing, sweetie. So are you. If you're the Swan, you are also doing amazing, sweetie. But that the more they have confidence in in this transformation that they're already going through, the easier it will be to just cut any cords that are no longer serving them and cut away anything that is unnecessary. I think one thing that this Phoenix person doesn't realize as well is that there's a lot of people competing for their time and energy, and I think they're aware of that, but they may not realize where they may be investing energy in places that is not helpful. Like they may be getting too many people's advice and opinions on this situation, and they may not realize, oh, their truth is really the only one that matters. But I both think that both of you need to focus on the feminine energy of caretaking for yourself, but also having the confidence in going after what you want. That's something that both of your feminine energies, you're both out of balance in that case, where like, it's interesting because it's like, even though the Queen of Wands is a feminine energy, Wands is a masculine suit, fire is a masculine element. So it's almost like both of you are needing to find that confidence to keep following what you've already been doing and trust that it's right. Now, here's what's interesting. These two cards represent how the other is how you both are seeing each other. So for the Swan person, I think that the Swan person is under the assumption that the Phoenix person is just out here vibing, partying, having a good time, not really worried about anything else or anyone. When in reality, I think that what the Swan is seeing, probably on social media or something like that, is maybe the behaviors that the Phoenix is engaging in to kind of avoid these transformations, or kind of avoid these feelings, or avoid the things that they have been dealing with internally. Because there's honestly like an internal battle in this Phoenix where they're not realizing. I think honestly there's a part of them that doesn't realize that they still want this connection. I think that they know how they feel about the Swan, in the sense that, like, very impactful, very important, but they're so afraid to even admit that they have feelings or that they would want anything, because even that acknowledgement would cause them to have to recognize that they have any sort of emotional or any sort of investment at all in the connection. Now, with their energy being so, it's honestly really back and forth. I think that one thing that the Phoenix person doesn't realize is that the energy on their end is not as blocked. I think it is their fear that is holding them back. They are likely the ones that created some type of Seven of Swords energy here. And so how they're seeing the Swan is the opposite of themselves. With this Seven of Swords in reverse, I feel like they're seeing the Swan. One, I think that they have no idea what the Swan is up to, how the Swan feels about them, or what the Swan is thinking. I feel like they really are kind of in the dark when it comes to what the Swan is doing and what is going on. And so I think that when it comes to their actions towards this connection, they're not really doing anything because they're so afraid of setting themselves up for failure. Like, they just started kind of coming online, and there's a lot of blockages that they are going to need to slowly but surely release. And I think one of the things that's blocking them that they need to release is the ability to recognize that they can grow and change, and that apologies can be accepted, and that apologies can be given. I think that this Phoenix person has fears of showing up for the Swan because they worry that they can't provide what the Swan needs. But I think what the Phoenix person isn't realizing is that the Swan doesn't need them to be that hero. Same way the Phoenix person doesn't need the Swan to be a caregiver. And so I think one thing that these two parties are learning in this separation is the fact that they don't need to play a certain role in order to have a connection, that by being their authentic selves, they will align with who is right for them. But I think that this Phoenix person is definitely afraid of betrayal, in the sense of, well, what if they do me dirty like I did them dirty? Or, if it was the other way around, this Phoenix person could just be uncertain of the Swan. Like, what if this happens again? I also think one thing with the Devil is that the Swan person may be unaware of how their actions unintentionally gave the Phoenix person different ideas of what was going on between these two. But I think overall, neither party is seeing one another very accurately, and that's likely because you're either not getting any information at all, or you're just unsure. For some reason, I'm getting a really random message that the last time the Phoenix and the Swan person saw each other physically, the Phoenix person might feel like the Swan person kind of didn't give them a proper goodbye or snuck away because they weren't interested or something like that. But I don't think that's the case. I think there's just a lot of nerves and a lot of fear surrounding both of these counterparts. But let's look at the middle now and see what the Edgar Allan Poe Tarot has to say. So what's helping this connection, so the mutual energy you two are engaging in that's helping in this connection, is the fact that the Swan and the Phoenix are both starting to plan their next steps forward. I don't think they're planning their next steps in terms of this connection because neither party really knows what's going on, but they're planning their future, and they are exploring. They're putting themselves out there. They're trying to figure out what it is that they want to do in their lives. They're starting to have more understanding of who they are and what they need to do and what's coming next. With the Eight of Swords in reverse, this is what's holding the connection back. And I think it's both the fact that neither party recognizes that they're not powerless in this situation, that both of you played roles in this connection before, and you will moving forward. The hidden influence that both of you don't see, which is this back of the deck energy here, this Seven of Wands, is that both of you are actually willing to fight for this connection. both of you are fighting off this connection, and both of you are resisting this connection because you both are so afraid of it and the energy is so intense. When in reality, if you both channeled that intensity into fighting for this connection, fighting for what it is that you want, you actually might get a much better result. I think what Spirit is saying here is that even if only one of you watches this reading, if you recognize that there is the potential, at least if you know that you fought for something and it falls through, at least you know you did the best that you could and you won't have any regrets. I think essentially what Spirit is saying is that you both are battling your own demons in your personal life. You both are fighting every single day. But I think what Spirit wants you to understand is that you're a lot more similar than you are different, and that the battles you face and the fears you feel are so similar, and that if you two just actually sat down and like confidently talk to each other about what you were feeling and what was changing. Like if you both were Queen of Wands upright and you sat down and, you know, the Queen of and the Swan talked about how they felt and what they experienced and what they were feeling, and the Phoenix person sat down and talked about how they had changed and how they had grown, I think that there would be a lot of positive energy moving forward. I think that there would be a lot of realizations that you both were creating bigger issues by not communicating and by being fearful. But I think what's helping both of you is planning for your future, is discovering more, learning more, and just kind of moving forward and planning. Instead of flying by the seat of your pants, both of you are learning how to actually sit down and plan for your future and figure out what it is that you want. And I think as you guys are doing this, you are kind of slowly but surely aligning yourselves with each other, even if neither of you reach out. Spirit is saying that the planning energy and one also visualizing your futures together. For some of you, you could be doing that and that could be helping the connection. But for others, I think just planning your next steps and planning your movement forward, one, helps your guides know what your plan is so that they can kind of go about things. But also, I think that the Two of Wands is all about discovery. The Three of Wands is all about expansion. And so I think that you both are heading in the direction where you could expand enough to maybe bring more of one another's energy in. But overall, I think, you know, neither party realizes how much they actually fight off the connection rather than embracing it. Both are so afraid of the connection that they don't really even want to be open to it. I think if you're the Swan person, you need to know that the Phoenix person is not just out here like partying, not doing anything, but the Phoenix person does feel incredibly blocked from the Swan person, either energetically, because partially the Swan person is energetically blocking out their energy. And I think the Phoenix person is picking up on that, but also that the Phoenix person needs to realize that how they feel is more important than how anyone else around them feels, and that their truth is more important to follow than what anyone else thinks. And the fact that we both have like these addict ego, these are rebels now. Where did the ego energies go? I don't know. They kind of just disappeared, but we did have those ego energies. And I think what Spirit is saying is, you know, both of you are kind of addicted to the energy of this connection and addicted to each other in a way. And I think kind of taking each other off these pedestals and recognizing that one, neither of you want to face this situation with anger or arguing, but I feel like both of you want to come forward with a very solid, understanding energy on both sides. And I think that may be something that's holding you both back, because you both are afraid you're going to either be rejected or one or the other is going to come through with, you know, ready to fight or something like that, or will want to have conflict or argue. But I don't think that's the case. I think what both of you need is more confidence in yourselves, and to one, not blame the other for what has happened in the past, because it takes two to tango at the end of the day. And two, I think that both parties need to recognize that they're super intuitive and that they can follow their intuition, and that it's okay for things to change. And as things change, you know, if this connection is going to progress in any way, there does need to sort of be some sort of energetic alignment or energetic understanding between both of you, that there needs to be within both of you individually that you're that you're responsible for yourself. This other person isn't responsible. Like, neither of you are meant to like cast the blame on the other. And I think both of you are kind of like little stars in your own way. And yeah, I think you both are kind of creating mountains out of molehills, especially when it comes to this connection. But I feel the swan is in a trickier position, because I think if the phoenix instigated all of this, like instigated the separation, isn't communicating, then the swan person, like, there's not much the swan person can do. And so I think that's where Spirit is trying to say, you don't have to hold on to the burden of what do you need to do. You don't need to do anything. You just need to stand in your power, keep manifesting what you want, and follow your intuition. And if you're the phoenix, you need to recognize that your impatience and your need to just help others constantly is causing you not to be the hero that you need for yourself, and is also slowing you down in general. And I think with this Queen of Wands and this Death card here, I think that this Phoenix person is not confident in their ability to change, and they're very afraid. And both these parties could be battling addictive tendencies, or could just be like, you know, dealing with that. And so that may be something that needs to be healed before Spirit will bring these two back in alignment. Because if you haven't healed that addiction, obviously that's not going to be something productive for either of you to be in a relationship. But I think one thing that is helping with this Two of Wands energy here, like, I think of both of you having that Ace of Wands, and it's like you both following your passions, following what inspires you, but you both have your wand here, you two queens, no matter what your gender is, you two are queens right now, will help you both kind of move forward. If you both move forward with conviction, and the more you heal, I think Spirit will kind of align this naturally. But what I'm going to do now to finish this off before we go into the extended, as if this reading hasn't been extended enough, I'm just going to give each side some advice and you some advice. And then in the extended, we will look at channeled messages. We will look at what is shifting moving forward and get some further advice for you. So Spirit, what advice do you have for the swan when it comes to this connection? Forgiveness. Yeah, and that's actually what you are learning, is how to forgive yourself and set yourself free. One more, Spirit. What other advice do you have? I think Spirit is asking you, one, to recognize that the Phoenix person probably feels a lot of remorse. And also, logically, I think maybe, yeah, well, first of all, the logic, using your head, I think that Spirit is saying, if you're the swan person, it kind of seems like if you're like waiting on the Phoenix person or something like that, Spirit is asking you to put yourself first and think logically when it comes to this connection, in the sense of like, if they're not showing up for you, if you're putting in effort and they're not showing up for you, then they're clearly not ready to move forward at this time, and your energy is maybe not best put there. But I think Spirit is also saying, you know, don't logic yourself to death, but do use logic when it comes to what is best for you. Because so long as this connection is in separation, you really can't gauge what's going to go on with them. All you can do is control yourself and your energy. And I think Spirit is asking you to pay attention to your thoughts, because I think that if you get really negative about this connection and you secretly want it, but you're like, screw this, I don't want it, you know, that energy, like, you're putting that energy out there and it slows things down. But Spirit is saying you can set yourself free by forgiving yourself, by forgiving this person. You don't have to directly forgive this person, but forgiving yourself for either not knowing better for some of you, and for others, forgiving yourself for just maybe the things you did in the past, and you know, giving this other person forgiveness with peace and love. One, it'll help you stop focusing on the past. I think it will help this person, because I do think that the Phoenix person energetically does pick up on the fact that the swan person may be thinking about the past still. And I think that that's why the Seven of Swords in reverse is showing up. Like, the Phoenix person is aware that they haven't talked with the swan about the past, and that's kind of something that lingers over their head and makes them so afraid of change. But I think that Spirit is also asking the swan to be realistic, in the sense that like, how do I explain this? Like, you know, the connection was there before. Just because it's in separation doesn't mean the connection doesn't exist anymore, in the sense of like that energy, the energy you felt that when you were with them, the energy you feel when you feel them around you. Like, logically, you might want to just be like, oh, that's me desiring them. But if you recognize, were you desiring them? Like, no, I was focusing on my own thing. Then like, oh, okay, that's just energy you're picking up on then. But the advice for the Phoenix is to breathe, inhale, exhale, create space within. Yeah, I think the Phoenix feels a lot of fear around the connection, and I think that one thing that they need to do is kind of learn how to slow down. And one thing I think that they need to do in order to be able to open up to this connection is create space for it, not only in their heart space, but just energetically. And I think that they need to realize that they may be getting to, like, their thoughts are very rushed when it comes to this connection. And nature will notice the harmony around you. So I think that if you're the Phoenix person, you may see signs about this connection in nature, but also this is your confirmation to spend even more time in nature and feel that stillness. I think especially if if you're the Phoenix person, if you have trouble understanding spirituality, understanding energy, you may be able to feel the swan's energy more when you are outdoors, or you may get divine guidance about this connection that may help you. But on the back of the deck for both of you, we have patience, long road ahead, reward awaits. So Spirit is saying that this is a path that is always open to you with this counterpart, but it is going to take patience, and that both of you are going to need to be patient with one another. And you may be further along than you realize, because this is a general reading. Where you are at with you and your person is going to be different for everybody. But overall, what Spirit wants you to know is that if you want this connection to work, if this connection is what you are banking on, then you have to be patient. You will be rewarded for your patience, but following that long road, even if this long road doesn't end up where it is that you wanted it to be or where you expected it to be, it'll turn out to be better than you thought. And I think one thing that Spirit is trying to say is, don't take a detour just because you're worried about taking a gamble. So don't settle for something that you know won't satisfy you because you're afraid that by going after what does satisfy you, you'll lose it or you won't achieve it. By taking the long road, by doing things the way that they feel right to you and following your authentic truth, neither of you can really mess things up. And no matter how things happen, they will be in alignment with your highest good, so long as you are acting in alignment with your highest good. And that's really all y'all can do. So, pile 1. I am going to leave this reading here. I knew it was going to be a long one. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you're interested, we're going to move over to the extended now. But if you are leaving me here, thank you so much for watching. Definitely let me know how it resonates. And thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you're interested in supporting me in other ways, you can obviously purchase the extended. You can check out my merch. You can follow my social medias. Those will be linked down below. And also, if you would like to, you could subscribe to me and click that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can like this video and let me know you enjoyed it. And you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates and what side you are. But yeah, I am going to leave this reading here. Go ahead and meet me over in the extended if you are interested. But I'm going to leave it here. So thank you so much for watching. I hope it resonated. Thank you for letting me read your cards, and I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. If you guys chose the Charoite stone and the coffin Lenormand card, this is going to be your reading about your separation, no contact situation. I think you picking the coffin card is probably very fitting. It's definitely, I would say, I don't need to be psychic to figure out that if you're clicking on this reading, you probably experienced an ending, a metaphorical death of this connection in some way. And I would say the connection right now on the physical realm is pretty dead. It may be I would say it's very much alive energetically because I can already feel it, but I definitely think not only is there an element of mourning to this that I think has kind of been, truthfully, one thing that I'm hearing already is that the mourning has been different with different the mourning periods have been different with each individual here. I am going to say counterparts, truthfully, because I think a lot of times these situations do apply to counterparts, and it's just easier to say, but counterpart doesn't necessarily have to mean a counterpart connection, but you know what I mean. But I also think that this has to do with repression as well. There could be a level of repression on both sides where maybe neither one wants to acknowledge what's happened here, or both of you might repress your feelings about the situation, about one another, about the connection. It kind of just seems like there's a lot of things that are buried and a lot of things that are seemingly dead and gone. Actually, one thing that's really funny, definitely let me know if you pick this pile. In a past reading, I channeled the song Dead and Gone by T.I., but I couldn't remember that it was by T.I. And I guess apparently also the singer Rose from Blackpink also has a song called Dead and Gone. So I thought that was cool that like, so either Dead and Gone by T.I. or Rose, whichever one you prefer, could be a significant song. So I'm going to lay out your oracles now, and I'm going to fast forward this part. So I'll see you in a sec. Hello, I am back. As you can see, forgive me for how cluttered this spread is. I just wanted to make sure I at least got all the cards in here. Ooh, actually, maybe able to put these. No, I'm not gonna mess with it because it's just gonna be a whole thing. So this is gonna be a long reading, so I hope you guys buckled up. But essentially, we have it divided between higher self energies here and 3D energies here. When I say higher self, I mean like 5D, so the spirit world, all of that, your higher selves, the things up there, a little more high vibrational than us. And then the 3D energy is down here, and by 3D I mean the physical world. So you might find, hopefully you'll find yourself in one side, because that will help let you know that, yep, this is your reading. If you find that you are on both sides, that is likely because there are mirrored energies here. And so if you find yourself in both sides and you see, you'll likely also see your person in both sides. So that just kind of goes to show how like mirrored the energy is, if that makes sense. So yeah, don't be too freaked out by that. So let's just go ahead and start, because I am, wow, okay. Y'all got way more cards than the other piles, mainly because I needed clarification about these two cards, because the commitment and strings are what originally came out, and I was like, well, those can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. So freedom and communication were the clarifiers. And then when I looked on the back of the deck, I saw soul connection, and I was like, okay, that's meant for them. And then right underneath it was regret, and I think it all makes sense. So let's start with the energy shared between you two. Starting with the 5D energy, y'all have been doing your best, but I think there are things like energetically, or I guess not energetically, but like events happening around you outside of your control that are testing your resolve to live in your best self and your best energy. And I think that your rational brains, both of you, look at it and try your best to see it in the most positive way. But I think the way that these events are coming up, they're triggering both of you to dig deeper in your shadow work. And that's kind of why these events are happening, I guess. They're very cataclysmic, is kind of what I'm hearing. And like this lightning could be significant, I guess. But it's almost like these events that just happen out of nowhere, and they either trigger you or they're really upsetting, but then you have some realization or something happens and it just reveals a layer either about this connection or about yourselves and how you acted in the past in this connection, and it like brings more awareness. But more than anything, I think you and your person are both gaining a lot of awareness about your shadow side. I think that both of you are seeing yourselves as like multi-dimensional people with both good and bad traits, and even the concept of good and bad is like subjective. So I think that there's a lot happening on the 5D that is pretty intense, and I think that there are events in the 3D that are occurring around you to create that, if that makes sense. I don't think that you and your person willingly entered this shadow self energy. I think the universe kind of corralled you there, almost like, you know, the way like a corraller or like a sheep herder, you know, they would herd all the sheep. That's kind of like what spirit is doing, but it's just like you, and same with your person. It's like one sheep, and it's because they need y'all to see stuff. But sorry, I'm getting on tangents. Let's start with the unicorn person. So I'm going to call the person on this side the unicorn person because that's their 3D energy. And I'm going to call the person on this side the hyena because that's their 3D energy. And that's probably the one that you will both relate with more. And I will kind of back and forth say you, but I'm going to try to talk about both parties in third person because this reading is about both of you, not just one of you. So, yeah, keep that in mind. I'll be saying they and they for pretty much the whole reading, unless I feel like I need to talk to you, the viewer, and I'll say if it's you. So, starting with the unicorn person, they are experiencing, I heard a fuck ton of like psychic downloads, crazy, like further spiritual awakening. Like this is the third eye chakra, and their higher self energy is being clarified by the otter. So I definitely think this unicorn person, they are dealing with a lot spiritually, and I think a lot of things that have happened recently, there might be a lot of difficult things happening in their surroundings, but they're learning how to hold their own, or not learning, they're successfully holding their own energy despite the darkness that may be around them, or despite, you know, the negative feelings, or just even if there's no darkness around them, they might still be feeling that darkness, like feeling darker energies, or not like malicious dark energies, but like, you know, just maybe not feeling great, being bummed about external circumstances. Like for one thing, I think there's a lot of loneliness in this pile. I think there's a lot of lonely energy. So you both could kind of be isolated right now, which obviously would make sense given how the world is. But I mean, like, even just isolating on like a communicative level from people. What was interesting is that both this unicorn and this otter have this like colorful bubble around them surrounding this black. And so I definitely think that whoever this person is, despite everything going on, they're still managing to kind of hold their own energy and keep afloat. And I also think that this is just bringing about tons and tons and tons of spiritual awareness that's turning into 3D action. And I think that this unicorn person is seeing their truth, not only about this connection, but just about so many things in their life, and actually things that this connection was trying to highlight about their life before that they weren't aware of. Like, for example, if these two have mutual friends, for example, maybe there were dynamics being played out in the connection between outside people, just like friendships, for example, that spirit wanted this unicorn person to be aware of, or something like that they weren't before. Like, I don't know, that's a really weird, that was like an oddly specific example. So I don't know if that's something for some of y'all, but I think essentially there's just things going on externally for both of these people. But unlike the unicorn, the hyena person is not as far along spiritually. And what you can kind of see here is that they don't have that same ability of kind of holding their energy. They're way more susceptible to the energy around them, and I would say they're way less connected to spiritual energy or their higher self. But what's interesting is that with this owl card here, this person definitely still has like spiritual abilities, psychic abilities, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think these two, we have soul connection here. So I would say, you know, they either are cut from the same cloth or they literally are the same cloth ripped in two. And because of that, there is a lot of similar abilities that both of them have. But I would say the unicorn person has been cultivating them for a lot longer. But what I'm seeing here with this owl is that, one, I think the hyena's clairvoyant abilities are getting stronger. Their dreams could be getting more intense, or their visions could be getting more intense. I think with this shadow self card, it's kind of the purpose of not straight up having a good time on the hyena's end is the fact that Spirit's kind of slowly but surely breaking down that wall between the hyena's higher self and the hyena's guides and the hyena's physical self. And what you can kind of see here in this owl is like these little tiny blips of color. And so I feel like slowly but surely, at least on a astral level, the hyena's higher self is starting to be more open to spirit, what spirit wants to tell it. And we can kind of see that further in this Vesica Pisces. So maybe Pisces is significant energy. Pisces or Cancer with Goddess of the Moon. The otter has water energies, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, but the hyena owl also has Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, and Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Obviously, that's like 3/4 of the zodiac, but is there. Anyway, the hyena person is essentially being broken down by spirit through external circumstances to open them up to what the universe is trying to tell them, essentially. It's the ever unfolding rose card in a different deck. It's called, it says, it's happening for you, not to you, or something like that. And so, yeah, the hyena is experiencing a lot of things in their life, if that's you. A lot of things are happening for you, not to you, but right now they might feel like they're happening to you. But I think you're slowly but surely gaining awareness that there's something deeper here. But I think the unicorn person has been well aware of this connection for a while, because their ability to kind of hold their own and kind of find their own center is really being highlighted here. And the fact that they have, you know, they're being represented by the third eye chakra. They're very intuitive. They are listening to their higher self. And this otter is all about pure joy and like following your bliss and following your happiness. And I think that's what this unicorn is truly focused on. I think that once again, I'm finding that the energies seem to be like, I like this format so far. I guess that's what I'm saying. It definitely seems like this unicorn person is further along than on their journey, and like in terms of how aware they are of this connection than the hyena person is. I feel like the hyena person was likely the one that either instigated the separation or is the one not communicating, whatever the case may be. And I feel like the unicorn person is not really someone to chase people. And so I think the unicorn person is likely just kind of, I think the unicorn person has probably been in that chasing energy, which was very foreign to them. But that was, for example, one thing that spirit did for their growth that they did not appreciate at the time. But it was for their growth. And that's one thing that they have realized. But there's a lot they've realized. Same with this hyena. But when it comes to the unicorn person, I think first and foremost, they've come a long way. They have been kind of on this journey for a little while now. You know, this soul journey here has a number 9, and I just feel like, you know, this unicorn, and even that 45 reduces to a 9. So this unicorn has really, oh my gosh, and that 15 reduces to a 6. Ooh, what's that make? Anyway, oh my God, and another 69. Angel numbers, man. The unicorn is energetically very aware of this connection all the time. But because this is a man holding a heart, obviously, I don't know, there could be no men in this connection, but think of it just as the energy. Whoever this person is to the unicorn, I think the unicorn is aware that like this energy just isn't going to go away. I think they know that if it was something less significant, if it wasn't a soul connection, that it would have gone away by now. However, I do think that the unicorn struggles sometimes. I think that they go back and forth with this energy, because if you notice, the unicorn and the otter are looking in 2 different directions. And I think, and because the otter is the higher self, I think the otter is always kind of leaning, the unicorn's higher self. I know this might get confusing. I'm so sorry. The unicorn's higher self seems to be focused on the work needed to progress this connection, and is just kind of maybe more focused on this connection in general and just the healing required, because this connection does seem to be so intense. I think even when things are going poorly in the hyena's life, the unicorn can feel it. Actually, I think the hyena hasn't had as much like crazy stuff happening around them as the unicorn has. Like the unicorn kind of seems to be dealing with like heavier energies in certain ways, but it's almost permeating into the hyena's energy. And that's kind of part of like these types of connections. But I almost think there's something energetically about the unicorn that the hyena can no longer escape. And their higher self is 100% aware of it, but there can always be a divide between the higher self and your 3D self. I mean, think about it like literally, like, do you know how to talk to your higher self? If so, that's awesome. But if not, like, there you go. Like, you're not able to just be in tune that way. But you can learn, and maybe I should do a video about that. But even like we all get disconnected still. Even when you know how to connect to it, you can still be disconnected from it. And I actually think that this is kind of a process that is allowing the hyena to be more in tune with their higher self. I think they're definitely aware of their higher self. I think that their higher self plays an important role. Well, obviously their higher self plays an important role in all aspects of their life, but I think that they're more aware of their higher self in decisions and events in their life that don't involve like love and stuff. But I almost feel like in the 3D, these two are ignoring each other, the unicorn and the hyena. And it's interesting because I feel like the unicorn, is like ignoring the hyena, while meanwhile their higher self is like, yo, what's the hyena doing? Meanwhile, I think the hyena is, you can almost see, I'll hold it up. The hyena's eyes are like pointed towards the unicorn, even though they're looking the opposite direction. So it's like, I feel like the hyena person is kind of watching the unicorn, kind of like, it almost looks like they're turning. They're unsure of which way to approach this. Like part of them wants to run a million miles away in the opposite direction, and the other part of them kind of wants to turn around. Oh my gosh, I'm hearing turn the beat around. But I think there's this clairvoyant part of themselves, and I think that they're probably getting these messages through dreams or like these intense visions or daydreams that they're having, where they're kind of realizing like the truth of their feelings and the truth of this connection and the truth of maybe how they behaved or what happened between you gets stronger every single day. And I don't think it's something very easy for them, because I do think that this is somebody who likes to live a very light life. Like they like to live life on the lighter side, and they're probably somebody they probably likely ran away from this connection because they were emotionally unavailable and could not handle the intensity of something like that. Because it wasn't just about emotions. I think it was also about the fact that you two were triggered by each other, and I think intimidated by each other. But I also think it's cool that we have the goddess of the moon and a man holding a heart. And what I think is interesting is that I think the unicorn knows that this energy is the hyenas. Even if the hyena isn't a man, let me just be clear. The unicorn, you know, like the hyena, like there's a place in the unicorn's heart that cannot be fulfilled by anything else. Even if these two counterparts never end up doing anything else on the physical realm for this incarnation, there's always just going to be a piece. Like the hyena left a piece of their heart, like in the unicorn, or they took it. There's a piece of the hyena in the unicorn, let's just say that. And for the hyena, I think that they believe that the unicorn, so I think the hyena sees the unicorn as the goddess of the moon. And I think that the unicorn looks at the hyena much more accurately than the hyena looks at the unicorn, because I think the hyena puts the unicorn on a pedestal, whereas the unicorn still kind of puts the hyena on a pedestal, but recognizes that that they're both just human, and that humans make mistakes. And I think the hyena may be having a harder time facing this energy, because I think that in the past they probably did things that they regret. I think both parties truthfully have done things that they regret. But energetically, I think that the unicorn, there's one energy in their heart, and I think it's the hyena. But I also think that the unicorn may be, and I might be calling you out if you're the unicorn, but you may be trying to see other people solely, because we have this vengeful card here, find better ways to heal your anger. This negative emotion comes back full circle. Might be finding ways to get back at this hyena person, or like make them jealous. And I think Spirit is asking you to be aware of that, and maybe do whatever you want, but be aware that is, a shadow aspect. So this unicorn could be seeing other people, but I think even if the unicorn there's only one person that, I feel like it's almost like a distraction sort of thing. And I feel like the unicorn too might even use it as a way in hopes that the hyena, it might motivate the hyena to make moves towards them. But I don't think, so for some of you that's going to be more intense than others. I don't know if you're the unicorn. And if you're the unicorn, I think that message is going to resonate differently. But for some of you, I do think that even if you don't deliberately try to make the hyena jealous, you may not even have a way to do that. You might find yourself just at times feeling angry and bitter over what happened in the past. And I think that's kind of been part of this unicorn's journey, and why this soul journey has been so important, because this unicorn is truly learning how to unconditionally love and have compassion for others, even when they can't extend that back to them. And that it's unconditional in that sense, that the unicorn is learning to prioritize their energy first, protect them first, give compassion, give love, give understanding, but obviously don't be a martyr. Don't allow people to abuse you or take advantage of you. And I think one thing that this unicorn person has done that has allowed their third eye to open even stronger is that they are breaking away from things that were holding them back. Oh my God, that's why the friends thing came out. So they may have had controlling friends, or maybe not even friends, maybe family members, people, a workplace, something where this person really felt caged in, and they felt like they were being manipulated or being pulled like a little marionette doll. And I think that a big part of this unicorn's journey has been learning self-empowerment, and how to be empowered, and to recognize that they're freer than they realize, and that they can cut any strings that people try to attach to them. And I think that they're in a much better place because they are learning how to stand in their own power despite the circumstances they may find themselves in, which is a really healthy energy to be in. And like, I just, as a reader reading this, have to commend you if you're the unicorn, because you are doing amazing, sweetie. Like, you're doing great. And I think that if you're the unicorn, you're aware at this point that this has definitely been a journey. It's likely nowhere near over, but you've grown so much since that journey started, and you likely are grateful at the very least for what this experience, what this hyena person has taught you. Now, if you're the hyena, I definitely think that you don't trust the unicorn entirely. And if you're the unicorn, don't get upset. I'll explain why. I feel like this hyena person doesn't really like to look at their dirty laundry, or maybe, well, I'm seeing like the example of that Rick and Morty episode where they basically ruin the entire planet and then they just completely abandon it. I kind of feel like this hyena person has that energy with people, or at the very least in the past. Maybe they don't anymore. But I would say if they don't anymore, it's likely because them doing that to you was not fun for them to realize. And I think that was like a huge, like, can of whoop ass given to them by the universe, is how they're saying it to me. And I think there's a part of them that was always like aware of the deeper connection, but their 3D self was very good at disassociating from that and ignoring that. And so it wasn't as strong for the hyena as it was for the unicorn, because the hyena was able to kind of distance themselves from it. The unicorn has always been much more open to this connection than the hyena has. Now, here's what's really interesting. The hyena's higher self is thinking about commitment and communication in terms of this connection. And that's pretty fascinating for something that, seems dead and gone. But I think that this is something that's always been there, an energy that I feel like the unicorn has truthfully picked up on, that not even the hyena has picked up on. Like, I think that the soul knows what it wants, but that doesn't mean our 3D self does, because, our physical self has other wants, biology, makes us like want water and shit, and, but just be thirsty. I think this person's always been thirsty for more, and they did not even want to admit that they were, they're like, I'm a fire sign, I'm a hyena, like, I'm not going to pretend to be thirsty, or I'm not thirsty, but like, that's a water sign, and they've been wanting to drink that shit. Like, they've been wanting to drink. Okay, that's getting a little dirty spirit, but anyway, y'all didn't hear what I heard. I guess that's what I'm saying. I was like, yo, y'all need to slow down. Anyway, with the hyena, I definitely think that the intuitive connection, they're aware of it more and more. And I think originally they didn't see it as like a connection. I think they saw it as them having feelings for the unicorn, and them having too low self-esteem to believe that they're worthy of the unicorn, feeling like maybe they couldn't provide for the unicorn, or also they might have not understood the unicorn, because, unicorns are rare. And I feel like this unicorn's energy was very rare for this hyena, and they did not believe or think that there were people like this out there, like this unicorn, this, one in a million. And I think that this person is recognizing now that maybe they should have listened to their intuition, or they're more of aware of their intuition. I think that before they were so intimidated by the unicorn and like the energy between the hyena and the unicorn, that like, I think it was just too much for them, and liking to live on this lighter side. It's like too serious, The hyena is more of a joking energy. It's very witty, very sarcastic. And I think that this hyena person probably cares more about what others think of them, which, not that the unicorn doesn't, I just think that they've healed more of that, like, dependency of their worth being based on what other people think of them. But I think now, with this Merkaba being here, the Merkaba always talks about a balance of the feminine and masculine energies. And I think that this hyena person is starting to integrate more of a feminine understanding, even though they're showing up in these masculine elements of air and fire. It seems that all of these external events are kind of forcing them to, part of their shadow side is maybe a fear of their own feminine traits, or like the fear of feminine energy in general, like true divine feminine energy, you know, like nurturing energy, loving, unconditionally loving energy. It doesn't matter what gender they are. It's just that they may have never experienced what unconditional love feels like. They may have plenty of experience with conditional love, but not the opposite. And I don't think that these two have even said that they love each other or anything like that. I think it's a much more, it's a love that these two can feel like on a deep level, but neither can really acknowledge, because it would objectively be very weird and just socially not acceptable to talk like that or be realistic or act like that, because logically the events between them haven't played out to where they would say that to one another. But that's why these soul connections exist, to make people like this realize that there are things deeper than just random events and logic. It is important, like logic is important, but it's not everything. And I think that this Vesica Piscis is all about creating your soul's truth in the 3D. And I think that the hyena's soul's truth is that they want to talk about, they want to get to know the unicorn more. I think that they want to, I feel like they see this ascending to a level of commitment, but they have maybe had commitment issues. I think at the very least, they want to commit themselves to the idea of communicating more often with the unicorn. Jesus Christ. I think that this hyena really like does not like to do anything but play it cool. And I think that's part of why feminine energy has been a shadow side for them, because they may not like to express real deep emotion. And I think that that's what this unicorn person does to them, is like bring out this their feminine energy and make them like really feel things. And I think that's just an uncomfortable experience for them. But I think their higher self is fully aware of what their truth is, what they want, but their 3D self is still kind of opening up to that. And I think as a result, the universe is kind of doing things to make that happen. However, I got too far ahead of myself, because I just realized the irony of this being a separation no contact reading, and the connecting energy is a throat chakra energy, but it's the energy of truth. And I think that both of these people are recognizing the truth to some degree. The unicorn probably on a much more much more specific, or like a much deeper level than the hyena. But I think the hyena is recognizing that there is something deeper there, and that they maybe do regret the way they've acted. I think the unicorn regrets how they've acted as well. Like neither party is free of blame here. Like it takes two to tango, and I think both of these, like they're both looking away from each other. Like they're both pretending like the other doesn't exist, and it's so laughable, because like I don't think these two can be in a room together and like people not be aware of the energy like going on. Like the energy that I just feel sitting in this reading, like the way first of all the way it jumps, and second of all the way it like how intense it feels and how shaky it's making me. Like well, I guess I'm not that shaky, but I'm a little shaky. And I think it's just because like these two, you know, even just acknowledging the truth. I think these two are learning how to acknowledge the truth of their feelings to themselves. And they have to do that before they can even give it to one another. But in terms of this this separation no contact reading, I'm definitely curious to get into the tarot cards, because the way this energy is looking, it doesn't seem like this energy could be the case for much longer. But I don't want to build up any hope. I don't want to do anything. I don't know. We're gonna see. So if that sounds like your energy, or at the very least your collective energy and your energy with your person. Oh wait, crap, I have to keep these two, but I need to take everything else away. So I am now going to shuffle all of the tarot cards. I'm actually doing a spread for this reading. This is the first reading I've ever done where I actually have a spread, but I felt like it was really necessary for this reading, and I'm hoping it will be helpful. So I'm gonna shuffle out all the cards and fast forward, and I'll see you in a second. Hello, I am back. I wanted to note before we started, because there's so many synchronicities in this pile, and with peace and love, you and your person are, I'm not going to say about to be spiritually dragged, but I am going to say given the truth. So please don't shoot the messenger. I'm just giving it to y'all. I'm not, it's your guides, not me. But I didn't put a place, like I didn't put a spread meaning for the backs of the tarot decks. But on the backs of the tarot decks, in two different tarot decks, we had the Nine of Cups in reverse. This Nine of Cups is actually interpreted, but on both of your tarot cards, so I used the Everyday Witch Tarot for the Unicorn and the Edgar Allan Poe Tarot for the Hyena. And we had Death upright, which we have Death over here, and the Nine of Cups in reverse, as well as the Nine of Cups in reverse here. So really, really interesting energies, but we're gonna go ahead and start. And I am going to kind of go look at both of you and go inward, and then we'll talk about the collective energy. But I do just want to say, starting right off the bat, that Spirit is giving y'all a little bit of tough love today. So let's go ahead and start with what the unicorn doesn't see about the hidden aspect about the unicorn and their role in this connection. What the unicorn is not seeing is that their own lack of self-confidence is stopping them from actively attracting this connection closer to them. In fact, one thing that the unicorn doesn't realize is that this entire card could be rainbows, but this unicorn struggles with a lack of faith in their own abilities and their own worth, even though they've got the damn horn on their head. They're a freaking unicorn, and they're like not recognizing how beautiful, special, how iconic they are. I mean, the queens are beautiful, and the Empress is iconic. She is the Empress. There are multiple queens, but there's only one Empress. And I think what this unicorn just doesn't realize is that their own insecurity in themselves and their own fears and recognizing that they're the shit and knowing their worth actively stops them from attracting what they want. Their own doubt and uncertainty in themselves and in their worth inherently stops them from attracting the very things that they not only deserve but want so badly. Looking at the hyena, what they don't realize is that, first of all, their own chaos contributes to a lot of the reason why they're less in tune with themselves. This Four of Wands energy is not necessarily unbalanced, but I think what this hyena is not realizing is that their own fears of embracing what this could be is stopping them from truly enjoying the celebrations that they already do have. Like, I'm literally feeling this energy of like being somewhere and just secretly deep down wishing like that the person on your mind is there, that the person that you want to like be there. You know what I mean? Like that person, like you want to hang out with them. It's like the same energy as when you're like in school and you wear a really fly outfit one day to like try to impress your crush, and they're like absent and they're not there, and you're just like, why did I waste this outfit for? And I feel like that's what this hyena feels all the time. Like they and I don't think that they necessarily realize that. I feel like they recognize that something feels missing even in these joyful moments, and they don't know what it is. I think that they think still that it's something internally with them, which depending on the type of connection, they might be right. But I think overall what they're not realizing is that there's more harmony and joy to be realized within this connection than they're willing to be open to. And I also think one thing that this hyena doesn't realize is that they are actually genuinely afraid of pure celebration, authenticity, and just joyous energy. I think the hyena is very afraid of that. And if you're the hyena with peace and love, I don't mean that you can't enjoy things. I just mean that you may not recognize your own fear of truly awesome and joyful celebratory things happening to you. And so moving forward now, so that's what neither of you see. And I'm sure as I make insights, I'll scale back. But looking at this next placement, this is what neither of you can see because of your own egos. So on the unicorn side, we have justice in reverse. And the ego card says, I forgive myself for attempting to escape the way I really feel about what is happening. I choose to believe that every emotion serves a loving purpose, and when I flow through each in deep surrender, I will arrive at an experience I prefer. And this is really telling, because I think one thing that the unicorn doesn't realize is that I don't think they really ever made their feelings clear to this hyena. Like, unless they literally said, I have feelings for you, I want to be something more. Or maybe they have and they haven't said it enough, or they said it when the unicorn and the hyena were both drunk. I don't know why unicorns and hyenas are drinking, but I'm not gonna judge. I just feel like this unicorn person is so susceptible to energy and is so open that they may have thought that they told this hyena things that they never told, like, at all. And there's so many major arcanas here. And one thing that I think that this unicorn person doesn't realize is that by not being honest and being upfront about how they were truly feeling, or even just being upfront with how they feel themselves about the situation now, how they feel in general, they are continuing this cycle of not balancing out the energies, not giving them what they deserve, and not looking at this connection accurately, because they're so afraid of looking at what feelings are actually lying underneath there. They would rather, explore other things, pretend like those feelings aren't really there. And I do definitely think that one thing that this unicorn does is they might act in irrational ways and view things in irrational ways, or refuse to take action towards things solely because they're so afraid of the feelings they already have and what might result if those feelings are unrequited, or they're not seen as they're not accepted or unrequited, basically what I was saying. And one thing that I think that this unicorn doesn't realize is that no action is also an action. And I think that one emotion that they're afraid to face is their fear of this connection not working out. And you know why they have a fear of this connection not working out? Because they don't feel confident in themselves. Because if they did feel confident in themselves, they would say, even if this connection doesn't work out, I know that I am worthy of love, and that I will find someone and we will be happy and I will be just fine. That fear is what if, faith is even if. And part of the reason why this unicorn wonders why they can seemingly pick up on everything except their own damn connection and know what to do about it is precisely because they don't trust the own things that they're intuiting and the things that they're feeling. And I'm sorry that I'm getting passionate about this, but I think that your guides have been really trying to hammer some things home to you, if you're the unicorn, that you've not been wanting to listen to. But if you're the hyena, don't be sitting here laughing like you're watching your counterpart get yelled at, because trust me, your moment's next. Anyway, hyena. Let's talk about the fact that you're not even willing to see your own damn feelings for this unicorn, or recognize that the opportunity is always there and has always been there, but you haven't even given some type of offer or taken an opportunity, something that's already been offered to you, because you are so afraid of what other people will think, and two, of doing anything that diverts from what your ego thinks is safe to embody. With this Ace of Cups here and this card, I forgive myself for shaming and rejecting the experience of imperfection. I choose to believe that my unique expression invites me to show up in ways that may challenge ideas of what is currently preferable in order to make room for something greater. What your ego won't show you is the fact that you want this Ace of Cups. You want this opportunity to express your love to the unicorn or open up the opportunity for something more here. But you are so afraid of how people might think if you're open to that, of what you might even think of yourself if you were soft and open to anything and treated one thing as not like a joke. I think that this hyena, if this is you with peace and love, I think you have a genuine fear of people knowing that you actually have feelings, of people knowing that you actually have cared about anything ever. And I'll tell you what, if you've seen the movie Shrek, you should care about something. So it's not even true that you don't care about anything. I mean, you have to, at the very least, admit that to yourself. And if you can't admit that to yourself, that's either because you have bad taste in movies or you haven't seen the movie yet. So do that. Anyway, God, I'm getting heated up in this reading. Oh my gosh, I think your guides have a lot to say to you. This pile is probably why I'm doing this reading. But I think that this unicorn is also afraid of the idea of commitment. I think that commitment is outside of this unicorn's comfort zone. And I also think that this unicorn is afraid of being bound by something. Same way the hyena is. But the thing is that the hyena, I think the unicorn recognizes how deep this can go, whereas the hyena doesn't even want to consider how deep something could go because they're afraid of being open to it in the first place. So this hyena is learning to even just be open to the idea. Like, they have been so mentally blocked from this connection because it's so overwhelming and different, and like, I don't understand that, so I'm just gonna avoid it, that they like literally haven't even processed, oh, I could just like ask them out or text them or something. I guess unless they're blocked, which, if that's the case, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really block people unless they're harassing me. And if this person is harassing you, I don't think this reading is for you with peace and love. But moving forward, moving on. Now we're going to look at what you both need to know moving forward. And what you both need to know is very, very different, actually. I want to start with the hyena person, actually. What the hyena person needs to know, because we have the Emperor here, and we have the Death card. And what the hyena needs to know moving forward is that they don't have to have everything figured out in order to make that first step. That it is okay to follow their passion and follow an opportunity and see what happens. That it is okay to explore things, and it's good to feel passionate about other people. It's scary, but it's good. And I think what Spirit wants the hyena to understand is that the reason why they actually feel, if this is you, the reason why you feel this like intense energy and this crazy, like, the way that Spirit is allowing me to feel what this connection feels like right now is just like very intense and understandably scary. And like, as I'm channeling this, understand that like on a human level, you know, I'm not sitting here pretending like I'm better than y'all. My guides literally like are face palming all the time when they see the dumb shit I do. So like, you're not alone. I'm sorry I have to be the facilitator of these messages. But what they want you to understand, if you're the hyena, is that the reason why you can't let go of this passion, this feeling, is because you literally can't control it. And so much has changed, and that like burning passion feeling, like a literal burning, it's probably in your solar plexus if you're the hyena. Even if you're the unicorn, you've probably felt it as well, energetically towards this person. And the reason why, if you're the hyena, the reason why this connection is so tempting and so hot to you, but at the same time so terrifying, is because you know you can't control it and you can't control the unicorn. But what you need to understand is that any change, and you're probably afraid of change too if you're the hyena. And this fear of change and the lack of control of how it changes is really scary. But you need to know that no matter how it changes, so long as you're following what makes you feel passionate, and trust that no matter what, you'll be okay, that you can land on your feet, and that you have a solid enough sense of self that even if something doesn't go the way you want it to, at least you can learn something from it and move forward with greater awareness, that you'll be just fine. But I think that the hyena is so afraid of even facing, death is Scorpio energy. The hyena is not about Scorpio energy. No, they would much rather be chilling with Gemini energy. Oh shit, the Gemini's lovers. Maybe not. Kind of Aries energy. Yeah. More Aries-ish. But yeah, my point is that if you're the hyena, or if your person is the hyena, you or they are very, very afraid of following something that they feel passionately about, but only because they know that they can't control what changes may occur as a result, and they can't control the situation. This hyena has, and I'm calling this hyena out, they have no problems following what feels good to them, or what makes them feel passionate, so long as they actually have control over it. And so I think the hyena is a little afraid to go after what they want to do because they can't control it. And I would say that is the biggest challenge that they will have to face. And that could be their greatest reward and greatest blessing. Now, moving on to the unicorn. What the unicorn needs to know moving forward with the 10 of Wands, the Knight of Swords, and the 9 of Swords is that you got to let go of this burden of a lot about these burdens of the past. I think a big part of this unicorn's problem is that despite the low self-esteem, which the hyena doesn't have great self-esteem either. Let's not pretend like that doesn't exist, but it's being highlighted here in the unicorn because it's I'm sorry, if a unicorn came up to you and was just I'm just feeling really insecure, about my mane, and my horn isn't as shiny, and the rainbows I poop, aren't that bright anymore. It's just bro, you're a unicorn. Stop. We get it, but at the same time, know your worth. Same with you, hyena. Anyway, the unicorn needs to let go of the burdens of the past, stop ruminating over what has happened, and recognize that it's not productive moving forward. This unicorn has come way too far to allow the mental traps and habits that they have created for themselves as a result of this separation to prolong this energy. Because it low-key kind of can. But also, obviously we all have free will, and so nothing could ever happen between these two again, and it's just an energy thing. I highly doubt that's the case, but I'm just saying on a broad scale. What the unicorn needs to know is that their mindset is so powerful, and they need to use it in a very quick and biting way to shut down the thoughts and the energy that permeates, that makes them, 1, feel not good enough, 2, feel like good things aren't coming, and 3, make them worry that they're not enough. That takes them out of their Empress energy. And if you're the unicorn and you're trying to follow your truth and manifest, you cannot be in this Empress in reverse energy and get what you need to get done. It's just, maybe you can, but it's not going to happen as quickly. You know what I mean? And with this 9 of Swords and this Knight of Swords, Spirit is really saying that you need to be very hyper vigilant when it comes to your thoughts about this connection if you're the unicorn. Actually, same if you're the hyena, both of you, if I'm going to be real. You both ruminate over this so much, and it's not productive. It's instead of thinking about what happened in the past and what you messed up, instead think about what have you learned? What did you with peace and love, you're in separation. It's not like things are hunky-dory. So what did you learn? What have you learned? How have you grown? What's going on here? And if you had a second chance, how would you change things? There's so many insights that you could be gaining and just understanding about yourselves respectively. And I think that y'all are supposed to be growing into this energy where you're so secure in yourselves that even if the other one doesn't have the same view of the future, doesn't want the same thing as the other, it's okay. Because the soul connection is all about learning the lessons that are important. And I think what the unicorn needs to understand is that their own worries, their own fears make moving forward, taking any action, so much more difficult. It's like carrying a backpack with like 50 pounds all the time. Like, that's what these burdens are doing, and they're really weighing the unicorn down, and they're weighing down the unicorn's ability to be so much more powerful than they could be. And like I said with the hyena, you know, like, their own aversion to anything that could be good and positive in their life that they can't control is scary. And what they need to know is that anything like good in life, if you're the hyena, you need to read The Insecurity, The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. If you're the hyena, you need to understand that a lot of good things worth following often are not things that we can secure or hold down or control. And you need to go into it understanding that things will constantly be changing, and that's okay. Now, if we talk about how y'all are seeing each other, I think that this is the part that is most where I'm gonna be like, y'all, these takes are a little problematic on one another, because you both are protecting yourselves by not taking action towards anything related to this, and projecting the other person as being the issue here as to why this is not moving forward. I think the hyena is looking at the unicorn, and one is still putting them on a pedestal. And with the devil card being in reverse here, I feel like they're literally looking at the unicorn and being like, oh, you know, you're a temptation, I have to stay away from you. And they might feel like the unicorn's energy tempts them. They might also see the unicorn as like a goody two-shoes, or that, oh, you know, they're not gonna want, like, I feel like this hyena, maybe for some of you, I feel like this hyena like might get off on the idea that they're like, you know, the antagonist, you know what I mean? I think they like to think that they have antagonist energy, and the hyena might be thinking that the unicorn is too pure for them, like too good. Like, that's the energy that I'm getting. And I don't think the unicorn is portraying that at all. In fact, the unicorn doesn't think they're good enough for the hyena, which, if you're looking at these two cards, I mean, it's pretty clear. Like, girl or boy or them, fix this. And if you're the hyena, you better tell the unicorn to fix this. There, I just fixed your no communication problem. Anyway, I'm getting too like fired up in this reading, but I really do. I feel like you guys have transmuted so much energy separately. I can't imagine this being a separation thing for much longer unless neither of you take action towards this, which is probably the problem. One of you is going to have to swallow your pride and reach out to the other, or say something to the other. And if you've said things and they haven't responded, then I don't know. I don't know. But let's just keep going. This Temperance card was the very first card that came out. And I kept it because I could definitely tell that this is the energy, moving your connection forward, being tempered. Temperance and this infinity sign energy. Obviously, temperance is all about balance. It's all about moderation. And I think that you both vary towards like intense extremes, and Spirit is saying the more you two, both of you individually, have healthier mindsets, have healthier routines, have healthier ways of viewing yourself, have healthier understandings of what connections can bring and what is good for you, the more you're helping this connection move forward. I really think that this is a promising energy. I mean, temperance is major. And I think the biggest problem is that the mutual energy slowing you both down or holding this connection back is the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Y'all are just impatient. And the thing is that, like, first of all, I think this is like my take. I could be wrong. The circumstances could be different for all of you. But I think a lot of you could end this separation right now if you both wanted to be open to it. But the case is that you both would want to be open to it. Oh my God, I forgot to do how the unicorn is seeing the hyena. So the unicorn is seeing the hyena. I think the unicorn thinks that the hyena is ignoring them, and the unicorn might be right. Maybe that's why Spirit was like, girl, look at this card. I definitely think that the unicorn feels like the hyena doesn't recognize that they exist, doesn't even want to look at the cup they may be offering. I feel like maybe the unicorn has offered a cup and the hyena doesn't want to accept it, and so the unicorn is kind of feeling like, oh, they don't want my cup, like they don't want anything to do with me, they're ignoring me or whatever. And I think that the hyena is just I think that they're too insecure that they're not good enough to even accept or give an offer to this unicorn. And so I think that's why it's so freaking important for the unicorn to start seeing themselves in a healthier way, because it will help the hyena see themselves in a healthier way. You catch my drift? But on the back of the deck, the hidden energy that neither of you see is that you both are perpetuating your own unhappiness because your own fears of what fulfillment might actually look like. I mean, now these energies are making sense. I mean, hyena, you got 9 of Cups on the back of the deck. And what do you have, unicorn? Oh, look, death. You know what unicorn's afraid of? Change. You know what the hyena's afraid of? Change. You know what the unicorn's afraid of? Fulfillment. You know what the hyena's afraid of? Fulfillment. Like, y'all mirror each other, and y'all might, the semantics of the situations might differ, but you both have these fears and you both mirror them. And I think Spirit has been trying to hammer home over and over and over, to no avail, that this doesn't have to be so difficult. That when you take your ego out of it and just recognize that even if it doesn't play out the way you want it to, or it doesn't turn out the way you were expecting it to, that you'll be just fine. And everything, and the universe will provide you with so many more opportunities for beautiful things. And who knows, the universe will provide many more opportunities for this connection. I mean, I don't know how long you've been in separation with this person, but I think if you get far enough, you kind of realize that this isn't just some asshole that ghosted you or something like that, or this isn't just some meaningless fling or relationship. Like, it's something deeper, and it's not about what you two accomplish, like on a relationship level, like what level of commitment you get to here. It's a lot more about what you learn and how you ascend and evolve. That's what these connections are about, and it's up to you two about what happens beyond that. And I mean, you both have free will, and you never have to acknowledge this connection ever. And I think that's what Spirit is trying to get you to understand. You're both so energetically in tune with one another. You both have the potential and the capabilities to be together, but you both are so afraid of facing your fears of making that happen on both an individual level and on a level of you two together. And you both undermine your own value and undermine the other person even wanting to be in a connection with you. And I think that there's a lot, I mean, I think that Spirit put you guys in separation for a very important reason, because these are two very powerful people with the capabilities of achieving a lot on their own, which they already are, and they have the ability to come together and achieve way more. But in order to do that, like, y'all have to be on your shit. Y'all have to be like super secure in yourself and like just unconditionally loving. And in order to do that, you gotta have it towards yourself in some capacity, or at least understand it, because this situation could be so messy if it got codependent. And that's why it's so important. Like, connections like this do not like Spirit, like, separations exist for a reason, because codependency is so potent in these connections that it can be dangerous. And trust that separation, rejection is divine protection. And just because, like, circumstances change. And I think that this unicorn has been on a huge journey of self-empowerment and recognizing that their truth, and that they are so much more than they give themselves credit for. And I think the hyena's been on a journey of realizing that one, they have emotions, and two, that they deserve to feel them, and that people can and do feel positively about them, and that the situations where they'll gain the most growth are the ones where they're not able to hold on to the reins, where they just have to see where it takes them. But, you know, with this card, I forgive myself for mistaking the awareness of not knowing as weakness, and I choose to believe that it is through loving acknowledgement of what I do not yet know that the deepest understanding can be found and integrated. So both of you beat yourselves up for your past mistakes in this connection, but neither of you recognize that you are forcing yourselves to stay in that state because you are afraid of opening yourself up by integrating this understanding and letting go of that control, letting go of that shame that forces you both to beat yourselves up. And for the same thing, I forgive myself for feeling as though if I don't do it, no one will. I choose to believe that when I allow others to prioritize tasks as they see fit, I allow them to clarify what is important so that they may pursue a life more resonant with their truest selves. Both of you are also used to being like caretakers and like helping others. And I think neither of you truthfully, like I think you both are so used to people reaching out to you for help and wanting to come to you that neither of y'all are really used to being the one to extend an olive branch or be the first one to reach out. And I think both of you are very sensitive to rejection. You both want to have a purpose in another's lives, but you both are afraid of what letting go of control might mean in terms of how you see one another or how it turns out. I think you both are very afraid of rejection. And I think that this separation is very important to help you both realize that the most important thing that can come from this is your own growth and recognizing that, yes, there is something deeper here, but you can't access those deeper emotions with that person in a healthy, constructive way unless you have dealt with the things internally that need to be tweaked or healed in order for you both to show up in an authentic and loving way and not have your shadow aspects completely derail the connection. I mean, your shadow aspects are essentially what have and still do derail the energies and derail the connection. We all have shadow energies, and it doesn't mean you can completely get rid of them, but I do think your shadow energies enable you both to stay in stagnant energy longer and prolong the energy of change. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm going to finish off this reading with some final advice for y'all, and then we're going to move it over to the extended because I'm sure I've been talking for a really, really, really long time. But I hope that wasn't too brutal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it was harsh. It felt harsh. Your guides felt sassy today. But truthfully, I think that this is needed because I think that you both are such powerful manifestors. And I think it is... Your guides are kind of essentially saying to me that it's frustrating to watch you guys get so close to new integrations of understanding or new opportunities or opportunities to like break this separation or get closer to doing that, and y'all derail it by your own doubts and your own fears and your own inability to recognize yourselves as worthy of good things and even acknowledge that you have emotions. I think you both are just so afraid of loss and lack, and which makes sense that you had that coffin energy, that you both kind of cultivated that in the connection so that you wouldn't have to get deeper into it and face it later. And if you both didn't do it collectively, one of you definitely did. And I don't think the other person really took action to make this person think otherwise. I mean, obviously neither of you are mind readers, but I think you both were just so intimidated by one another's presence, and the energy of the connection was so strong that you both just you just cease to function well. Like, it's like you both are so powerful and successful in so many different ways, and then it comes to this connection and y'all are like first graders again. Like, y'all have no idea what you're doing, and that's okay. It's just your guides saying you have so much more power than you realize. Like, you're not a first grader. You might as well be like an expert in this shit. I mean, at the very least, the unicorn is. And I think the hyena, if they were just more open to it, because the hyena had that prejudice energy, and I guarantee you the hyena judged the unicorn and thought they were weird for maybe being more spiritually open and having those abilities. And now they're like, oh shit, the unicorn may actually be right, and the unicorn may have a point. Like, and swallowing that pride is not something that they necessarily want to do. But Okay, I'm done. Oh my gosh, I can't channel much longer. Y'all have been here long enough. I mean, I love having you here. I just feel bad. Y'all are, you know. Anyway, Spirit, what advice do you have for the unicorn when it comes to this connection moving forward? Okay, well, as you can see, we have rest and we have guidance. You are divinely guided. So they're like, first of all, go to sleep and give yourself the rest that you need. Give yourself what you need, especially if there's been a lot going on in your life. You do need time to recuperate, and that's likely why this connection isn't like sitting right in your face right now, but it could be picking up soon. Well, I don't want to say that, and we'll see in the extended because we're going to see what's shifting, but give yourself rest and trust that the the guidance that you are given is divinely guided. I mean, I'm sure that sassiness did not come from me. I don't know, y'all. I don't have a reason to be sassy. For the hyena, your advice is energy, intensity, passion, power, and the moon, subconscious mind, feminine intuition. So Spirit is saying, follow the passion, follow that intensity. I don't really think the unicorn should be doing much here because I feel like the unicorn probably has taken more action, and I think it's more so up to the hyena to like be open to this. But Spirit is saying, you know, trust your energy, trust the subconscious, even though I feel like you're halfway there. If you're the hyena, you're like halfway there to trusting your subconscious. Just get there all the way. You'll be so happy, I promise. But if with this energy card here, this intensity, passion, power, Spirit is saying this energy isn't coming to torture you. This energy is coming to tell you something. The fact that you have dreams that are unfulfilled and desires that are unfulfilled because you are so afraid of facing them and what it might feel like to actually embrace those. But let's finish off with okay, for the hyena, be open to your feminine energies. Be open to your feelings. Be open to what your intuition says, and be willing to explore things and follow that energy. You don't have to commit to something forever. You can, at the very least, just explore it, you know? But what's your advice for both parties, Spirit? Finishing off here. Okay. We have hard work, commitment, and perseverance, and action. Awaken the warrior woman within, or warrior man. And set intentions. Plant the seeds and watch them grow. This is Spirit literally saying, if y'all set intentions, take action towards what you need to in your individual lives, and put in the work to make this happen, it can and will happen. And I guarantee you, the more one person is willing to be energetically open to that possibility, the more it will help this hyena person be open. Because both of you are afraid of opening up and facing this connection. Neither of you are contributing to an energy of making that happen. So Spirit is commending you for how far you both have already come, because you've done a lot of work. But Spirit is saying you need to actually set intentions for what you want and take action towards what you can and surrender what you can, and stop asking the universe where your manifestations are. Your guides are working really hard, but they can only do so much. It's called co-creation with Spirit. Your guides can't hand you everything. You have to do the work. It's not going to come unless you do the work. If there are shadow things that are not addressed, your guides are not going to bring you two together, because you're just going to repel each other like magnets, okay? So, with peace and love, believe in yourself, pile 2, and recognize that if you both truly want this, even if one of you truly, I think you both truly want this, but I think one of you, unicorn, might be more willing to be energetically open to the potential of what could happen beyond that. And I think it would be encouraging for the hyena to feel that energy from a distance. You know what I mean? Obviously, if both of you are in other commitments or things like that, that's a bit different, but I was not reading for third parties or anything like that. I was just reading strictly and totally for y'all. So pile 2, I'm going to take this over to the extended. Holy moly, this is a lot of channeling. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really hope that you enjoyed this reading. Thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, but if you want to support me in other ways, you can check out my merch. You can follow my socials. You can subscribe to me on here. You can like this video. You can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, and let me know that you don't hate me for spilling the tea. Yeah, I am going to move over to the extended now. I hope you guys enjoyed this reading. In the extended, by the way, we are going to look at what is shifting. We're going to get channeled messages, and we are going to get some further advice. So if you are interested, definitely go ahead and check that out. But if not, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that this reading helped. I hope that you're not too mad at me, and I hope you have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose this cross Lenormand card and this strawberry quartz cube, this is going to be your reading on your separation situation. So I wanted to start by looking at the card you chose, learning Lenormand right now. And the cross talks about themes like duty, conviction, suffering, burden, intolerance, and ideologies. Well, not just ideologies and the responsibility that comes along with those ideologies. It also can talk about how ideologies direct our goals and actions and values, and also can create a division in us between what's good and what's bad, or kind of like create our perception of what's good or what's bad. I see a ladybug on the ceiling right now, so I don't know if ladybugs are significant, but that's like the second one I've seen today. So ladybugs could be significant. And also, right as I started, I heard the song like, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." And I don't know why I'm saying it like that, but I feel the need to. But the principles of an ideology, especially when they're extreme, can become a heavy burden for people. So I definitely feel like one or both of you are either restricted by some type of ideology, whether it be like a religious ideology, cultural ideology, whatever it may be. Like, I feel like one or both of you is definitely restricted by your circumstances. And I definitely would say that's probably part of why this connection is in separation. I would also say there's a feeling of being trapped. I'm also kind of feeling this energy of shame or guilt. This definitely feels like a complicated energy where it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too, because you can't keep everybody happy no matter how hard you try. And, I'm hearing the phrase like, "It's my cross to bear." And I feel like you both have different crosses to bear. For example, I have to bear the cross of being amazing and beautiful. And I know that all of my subscribers deal with that problem as well. And if you're not subscribed to me, I'm sure you would know what it's like to be amazing and beautiful if you did. Just saying. I mean, you're amazing and beautiful no matter what, but I'm just saying it might help. You never know. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and lay out your oracle cards, and I'm going to fast forward this part, but when I get back, I'll explain what's going on. Hello, I am back. The only disappointing thing about me doing this in a fast forwarded fashion is that card came out and I was like, oh shit. Like I didn't even put like 2 and 2 together there. But I thought that was a cool synchronicity. If you watch the intro, you'll know I haven't like touched these cards in over a week. So everything in here is a surprise to me. So essentially what you're looking at here is the 3D energies between you and your person and the 5D energies between you and your person. And when I say 3D and 5D, I essentially just mean 3D being like the physical world and 5D being like the spiritual, astral, shit you can't physically touch world. So these 2 cards, abundance and intuition, represent the energy that you are sharing with this person. On the 3D, I think this makes a lot of sense. You both are really focused on kind of the basics. And I think there's a huge emphasis around family here. I wouldn't be shocked if one or both of you are working towards financial independence, especially from your family. If not, if one or both of you are not financially dependent on family, then I would say that you're both just working on cultivating more abundance in your life in many different ways. But I think financial security is a big thing that you both are working towards, as well as a feeling of security. I definitely think both you and your person, whichever side you end up being, are kind of struggling right now. Like, the energy that I get is like you're kind of struggling, but not really. In the sense that, like, I feel like mentally you might be struggling, but maybe neither of you are really talking about this to other people. Maybe you're kind of putting on like a brave face. And so the reason I say you're struggling but not really is because you're struggling. And I think that your person is struggling as well, but I don't think either of you, maybe not the person that's the Panther, but you know, I don't think y'all are opening up about that to people. And I think where you two are at right now in terms of like this separation energy is, I think there's a lot of awakening going on between both of you. And I think your intuitive abilities as well as your counterpart's intuitive abilities are starting to come online, in the sense that they are both that you are both either starting to trust your intuition or starting to even have awareness of what your intuition is trying to tell you, or starting to like trust your intuition. I might have just said trust in your intuition, but I have such extremely short-term memory, and when I'm channeling, it's like non-existent. So that's why I repeat myself. But moving forward, this side is going to be one person. This side is going to be the other person. I'm going to refer to you in your 3D energies, so the Panther and the Snake. If you find yourself in both sides, no need to worry. That usually just shows mirrored energy. But ideally, you will see your energy in one side or the other. So starting with this Panther person, I would definitely say if part of the reason this connection is in separation is due to like a third party of some kind, I would likely say that this third party is in the Panther's energy. And I don't even really like to use third party because first of all, you'll know what it is if it exists. It could be like a person. For some, I do pick up the vibe like this Panther could already be in another relationship, and which could be an understandable reason as to why this separation situation is the case. But another idea that I'm getting is that, you know, this Panther person could be codependent with like habits of theirs. So, you know, maybe if they're the type of person who likes casual connections and likes, you know, hooking up, that type of thing, that could be something they're feeling codependent towards. They could be feeling like codependent against non-committal energies, truth be told. Another thing that I'm getting with this Panther card is that this codependency could extend to like literally anything. It could be substances, it could be a job, it could be a sibling for some, I just heard, or like a parent. I'm almost kind of getting like a dynamic where maybe for some of you, whether you are the Panther or this is your person, could be tied back or tied down by somebody in their family who they feel responsible towards. But I get the vibe for a lot of you that this codependent energy that this Panther is working through, whether it is you or your person, I'm getting the vibe that it's a necessary karmic lesson for this Panther to learn. And the reason why I think that is because this Panther card talks about purging the unnecessary. And this Tarantula card, which represents the Panther's higher self, talks about getting to a crossroads and choosing to follow your life's purpose. And so I think what's happening right now is that in the Panther's life, there is which actually this is going to extend to the snake as well. So whether you're the panther or the snake, this message kind of applies. But there is a lot of things happening externally. There are a lot of things happening externally that are out of both of your control, but are necessary occurrences. Like, this is a quintessential, it's happening for you, not to you type energy, where like the panther, for example, is kind of being brought to their limit energetically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. They're not having a great time right now. But the reason why this is happening, it's very necessary, because it's helping them, first of all, gain awareness, and secondly, it's through these patterns that this panther is fighting feelings of unworthiness. This card says, unworthy, think deeply and ask yourself why you are not worthy of the situation at hand. And so maybe the one issue surrounding this connection is the fact that the panther also feels unworthy of the snake. But for some, I'm getting like this like distinct energy that this panther person could be staying in a relationship that isn't fulfilling, that they don't really like, that they feel like literally handcuffed to, not because they want to be there, but more so because the change required to get out of that dynamic is scary. Maybe they're not sure how yet, and maybe that's why they're gaining consciousness about it. But I would say this message is specifically for those who are in another relationship. This, if you're the panther person or your person is the panther person, whoever it is, if they are in another relationship right now, what I can see from that is that this person is a very important partner, in the sense that they're kind of a catalyst to teach this panther person about how to break codependency. And so it's up to this panther person to be able to actually break that. If they can't break it, that's a problem. They're not going to be able to ascend and move forward. And that's going to put the snake in a more difficult position, because obviously they can't just sit around and I mean, I guess they can just sit around and vibe and do nothing. But I definitely think this panther is in the process of purging the unnecessary in their life. And one thing that I think is really interesting is that we have this divine animals card here. So this person could have gotten like a pet recently, or maybe they lost a pet recently. That could be another thing that they're struggling with. But essentially, I think that the only type of unconditional love this panther has experienced in their life, I think it's only come from animals. And so that is kind of like where loving energy is being channeled towards in the panther's life. Like, the panther is experiencing unconditionally loving energy mainly from the animals around them, whether it be their own animals, whether it be animals coming up to them like, hey, what's up? That's like my favorite thing ever. It was like when animals just like, you know, see you, like they look at you and you could tell they're like feeling out your vibe, and they're like, yeah, like I want to go see what's up. Like, I just love that. But I think that this panther person is learning how to gain the strength to get themselves out of situations they don't need to be in, and also how to see beyond their immediate desires. This second chakra here, Archangel Ariel, talks about the sacral chakra. And I think that this panther could definitely struggle with like, you know, physical desires, where kind of like they have like an energy of just wanting to be in it for a good time, not a long time, but that desire keeps them coming back. Or they might find, or that it could be an issue where this panther, you know, if they are in a codependent relationship with somebody, you know, the desire to leave it, desire to get out of it, does not outweigh, or does not, there could be physical desire there, and that's maybe what stops the panther from kind of being more aware about the situation. Like, one thing that I'm kind of hearing is that, like, well, actually it's kind of both of you, the panther and the snake, both of you are, first of all, the snake is just starting to get like awareness, and we'll get to the snake in a bit, but both of you are in the dark, whether you're the snake or the panther. I think the panther has a lot of desire for the snake, and like desire is the biggest word. And I would say that if the Panther has any creative hobbies, they likely either use those hobbies as a way to express those feelings of desire, whether they're consciously aware of where those desires stem from or not. I do feel like that, you know, we have a lot of fire energy here on both ends, but especially on the Panther side. They're both fire cards, Aries, Leo, Sag. We have a Lion here with Leo. So Leo season could be especially significant to this Panther. I'm sorry, I keep like hiccuping. But with this consciousness card, it says the frequency of consciousness supports our ability to focus our attention on all the multidimensional aspects that show up so that we can include them in our reality. And I feel like this Panther person is slowly but surely gaining awareness and expanding their consciousness through these incredibly uncomfortable experiences that are kind of forcing them to purge all the things that are not working anymore. And truthfully, part of the reason why this Panther is getting dealt such shitty cards is like what I heard, and that's probably how they're feeling, is because their feelings of unworthiness are not a true reflection of their value. And so the events happening to them, or you, if this is you, is that they are being like kind of knocked down to realize that they were never deserving of being knocked down. You know what I mean? It comes back to this unworthiness. Like, this Panther person might be the type of person to just kind of accept things the way they go, or accept less because they are afraid of expressing their needs, or because they don't think they're worth any better. Like, I could almost see this Panther person sticking around in this relationship, if it is a relationship for some of you. And if you are in a relationship with this person, you may not be ready to hear this information yet, so I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable, but it does seem like whoever is currently in a relationship, if it's both of you and one of you is the snake, we'll get there, but I really do feel like it's probably only one of you. You know, this connection is all about teaching the Panther that they are worthy of more, and that they don't have to settle for feeling literally shackled to someone and settling for someone that doesn't support their life purpose, that doesn't support who they want to be. Here's the thing. I think both of these people are still kind of in the dark when it comes to their life's purposes and who they want to be. Now, that's not going to be the case for all of you, but I definitely think, like, with this gazelle and the tarantula, like your higher selves are definitely online and definitely guiding you where you need to go in order to kind of fulfill your purpose in the 3D. But I think that neither of you are really fully aware of what your purpose encompasses, what the truth of this connection is, why it's really all happening. And I think for the Panther person, I think they're feeling really angry at themselves, and they're feeling really angry at life right now, because they are recognizing how their choices are now bringing about consequences, and how they were making choices for themselves that are no longer aligning with who they're growing to be. And it's a frustrating experience to go through. And so they're kind of just in this energy where they're like, they're probably pretty hot-headed or just like sensitive right now. They could probably fly off the handle like really like quickly. But I think that this is all necessary. Like, this, whether this is you or your person, I'm going to talk about it like it's you just in case, but not just in case, just because it felt more natural. But if you are, you know, finding yourself very angry, finding yourself very like just frustrated and feeling like the world's out to get you, if you're this Panther person, trust that the world is not out to get you. In fact, they're actually out to do the opposite. Like, they're out to get you in a good way, like get you where you need to go, like get you in the right direction, like following the right road. Like, they're here to get you out of these shitty situations that you find yourself shackled to, that you find yourself dependent on. And I think one thing that this Panther is realizing is that they don't need anybody to that they don't need anybody to validate their worth or their existence. And so long as they place their worth in their external surroundings, that is the energy that's going to linger. Now, what's really interesting is that I think both this, we're going to move over to the snake in a second, but I think at the very least, the panther is not very in tune with their higher self. They're getting there, and because it's a general reading, it's going to be different for everybody, but I'm definitely getting the vibe like the panther is so focused on their external surroundings, on, you know, this physical energy, that the spiritual energy that may be trying to come through or trying to like get their attention is not, because they're kind of focused on what's wrong right now. They're kind of, both of you are kind of focused on the negative, if I'm going to be honest. But the snake's in a bit of a different place. So let's look at the snake, because I would be willing to say, if I was just going to take a guess, like based on the energies of these cards, I would say that the snake is probably the person who either was rejected or is the one not in a relationship of some kind. What's interesting and what makes sense for the both of you is that you're both kind of, one shadow that you both are healing is the same thing: unworthiness and insecurity. They're a little different, but they're kind of the same. And I think I forgot to mention at the beginning of the reading, I'm going to talk about both of you like theys, but then I'm going to have moments where I'm going to say you, because I'm just going to get lost in channeling. So I'll try to say like you, and then if I do that, I'll say like if you're the snake, just because I don't want to be too confusing. But I think the snake is definitely kind of getting out of this difficult energy. I definitely think the panther is the one dealing with more of the heavy, difficult energy. I feel like the snake has kind of already been through a lot of that. But now the snake is having to ascend, elevate. And part of that for them is being open to the untapped potential within them. With the gazelle being representing their higher self, you know, the gazelle is very hardworking, very graceful, very beautiful. For some of you, if you're the snake or if your person is a snake, they could be a dancer. I kind of get dancer energy, or just like long limbs. Like you could, oh, and speaking of long limbs, you can be short and have long limbs. Like I'm 5'3" and I got like long legs. And my mom and I argue about this all the time. I'm like, I have long legs. She's like, you do not have long legs. She's like, you are 5'3", like you don't have long legs. And I'm like, listen, first of all, you're this much taller than me. Second, like, it's all about proportions, boo. It's not about, like, anyway, you can have long limbs and be any height. That's all I'm going to say about that. Anyway, the fact that we have the sun here and let your light shine, I do feel like this snake person is finally kind of coming out of a really difficult cycle. However, they may not be aware of it yet. So if this is you, you likely still feel like you're in the same energy as the panther. But if you are the snake, you're definitely coming out of it in a really positive way. And one thing that I noticed too is that both of your higher selves have this like heart light energy. And I think that's just really cool. And I think that your higher selves are connecting, but not in a traditional manner. I think that because neither of you are truly, I guess I shouldn't say truly, because neither of you are super in tune and tapped in with your higher selves. I feel like your higher selves are like sending love to each other in different ways. Like I feel like the panther is wanting to send the snake more light their way. Like they want them to be more confident and happy in them with themselves, because truthfully the panther doesn't even think they're good enough for the snake. And whereas the snake is probably feeling really insecure because they were either rejected by the panther, or they feel like they weren't enough for the panther, or things didn't work out. And I feel like the snake is like, well, what's wrong with me? Like why wasn't I enough? And I feel like especially for those, and maybe that energy will be a little bit less for those of you who know that, for those of you that know the panther is in like a relationship with somebody. But I feel like the snake person, you know, I think they're finally coming out of a really foggy time where they've just kind of been like going through the motions, not necessarily in survival mode, but just kind of on autopilot, like maybe kind of dissociating a little bit from like true reality. And they're kind of getting back to recognizing like, oh, I need to focus on my bag, like I need to focus on what's important. And what's really interesting is that, you know, we have a lot of like infinity energy. You know, we have like 8 and we have 18, and we have this snake here, and we have the flower of life in here. And I just like, I really think that for this snake person, Spirit is kind of saying they're right on the cusp of a new cycle. And what's really interesting, I just noticed too, is that we have this circle behind the gazelle and with the snake. And so I think that if you're the snake, you're getting really close to either a creative discovery or doesn't even have to be a creative discovery. You're getting really close to something related to your life purpose. And let's be clear, our life purpose can change as we grow. You know, like when you're 5, you know, your life purpose is to like not wet the bed overnight. Like when you're 15, your life purpose is to like, I don't know what 15-year-olds do anymore. Well, I know what I did. My life purpose was to play The Sims and be angry at the world. So maybe it's that. So I feel like part of this snake's process, part of this snake's cycle is that now they're heading into an energy where they're going to be able to, they're going to be discovering a major puzzle piece about their purpose that's going to give them more confidence. Because they definitely don't see their worth right now. And actually what's really cool is that I think that whatever this skill is, or what it may not be a skill, it could be like a major for some of you, a new job for others, or a hobby. I heard horses. So maybe for some of you, you could be like trying that out. I will say, if you go to a school that offers like equestrian lessons or something like that, do that. I was on the equestrian team at my old college, and like I hated going there like with a passion, but getting to leave and just go hang out with horses and like ride them was so healing for me. And actually that's an interesting energy right there. Maybe for some of you, if you're the Panther, that could be Spirit's way as well of saying like, you know, spend more time around animals, because you can really channel the love of Spirit, of unconditional love through animals. But if you're the snake, what Spirit needs you to understand is that it's time to get out of the shadows. There is no reason for you to be hiding anymore. And in fact, I think maybe for a lot of you, you already know what this purpose is. You're just kind of afraid to admit it, or you're afraid to, maybe for some of you, try it out, and maybe for others, put yourself out there with it. But with the sun and let your light shine, I think first of all, I'm filming this right around like the Lionsgate shit. And I definitely think that sun energy is really doing some good. We have fire and earth energy here. So once again, Aries, Leo, Sag, and Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, of course, don't have to be those placements. But I do think that this snake person is kind of starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're slowly but surely channeling light. And if this is you, you may not be doing it like consciously. I think it's just that the easier you are on yourself, the easier it is for the light to come in. The more you kind of relax and allow yourself to just be, the easier it is for like light and loving energy to come in. Because if you're the snake, you have a lot of like angelic love and protection around you. I mean, even here we have this little ring, and I definitely think that that is related to the fact that there's an energetic barrier of like protection around this snake, because I think Spirit, especially if this is you, Spirit is trying really hard to get you to realize that your voice has value, your creations have value, what you put out into the world has value, and you have value, which is interesting because we have unworthy here and insecurity. And so I feel like one of the biggest things that you and this person, whichever side you're on and whichever side they're on, you two are healing feelings of inadequacy, feelings of insecurity, feelings of unworthiness. And that's probably a big reason for your separation in the first place. But Spirit is really saying it's time for you to start embracing this light and not be afraid to let it shine. Like, and you know, I feel like that song definitely came in for a reason. And what's crazy is that I didn't hear that song because of this card. Like I was saying, I heard that song because my light is shitty and it was like turning off, and right before I was about to film. And so then I was like hearing that song, like, I'm gonna let it shine. And then like that card came out. I was just like, oh my God. Like, that's crazy. But I definitely think that maybe one thing that holds this snake back from being more in tune with their higher self is that this snake person might be like hyper vigilant to the point where they don't even really have like a resting energy. I do feel like this snake maybe has some intense trauma that they're either working through or trying to heal. And so if you're the snake, you'll probably like be aware of the fact that you're like, yeah, I'm probably too like worried all the time. I'm probably too hyper vigilant, but like I'm working on it. I'm trying to heal it. And that's all you can do, you know? So don't beat yourself up for that. You're doing amazing. But with this differences card here, I definitely feel like, you know, this snake is probably feeling pretty defeated when it comes to the connection. For some of you, I just got an intuitive download, which makes more sense given the Lenormand card. This Panther person could feel tied to you if you're the snake. Or if you're the Panther person, you could feel tied to the snake and desire them and have this like codependent energy of like, you know, wanting to know what they're up to, what they're doing, even if you're not talking to them. There could be codependency around this connection as well, but it's not codependency in the sense of like, oh my gosh, I need you, talk to me, because obviously like you guys are not talking to each other. It's more so codependency on like relying on the energy or like thinking only about the other person and not thinking about yourself. Codependency extends to so many different ways. And I think the biggest thing about this codependency energy for the Panther is the fact that they are needing to realize that they cannot actualize their true potential if they are still using their external surroundings to validate their worth. But I definitely think one of the harder things for the snake, and Spirit really wants me to say this, is that I think the snake recognized the Panther on a soul level the moment they met. And I think that the snake probably took this separation period happening really personally. And Spirit's asking the snake, whether that's you or your person, to not take this so personally, because one, there's no way you could have anticipated it, and two, it's necessary for like the type of healing work that needs to be done. And with this sun card here, Spirit is saying, you know, like if you're the snake, you're ready to let the sun in. And if you're the Panther, I will say, if your person is the snake, then the more that they embrace the light, I think it's actually going to in turn help you as well. Like the better you both are energetically, like the more energetically balanced you both are individually, the less chaotic the energy of the connection feels. And I think right now, if I'm being honest, I do feel like Spirit is kind of separating your energies. So if you felt separate from this person, like you can't really feel their energy, it's probably because they're kind of trying to get you both to focus on yourselves and focus on the things that you need to heal and deal with. Because right now, it does kind of seem like the circumstances are not... the energy is not aligned for you two to come back together right now. And if there's physical barriers around that, that could be a huge thing as well. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into the tarot portion. I'm going to leave these two cards here. And once again, I'm just going to shuffle everything on camera, but I am going to fast forward it. So I have them all over here. Okay, I'm gonna start fast forwarding and I'll see y'all in a second. Hello, I am back, as you can see. So this is the only video, and on all the videos I've done, where I actually have a spread for both sides, but I felt like it was especially necessary. Okay, so we're gonna start with the Panther. We're gonna kind of like go outwards and like in. So we'll kind of do both sides. So we're gonna start with what's hidden from the Panther about this connection, and that's the Three of Pentacles in reverse. And so I think what is hidden to the Panther about this connection is that part of their problem and part of the reason why they have feelings of unworthiness is because they're very afraid to like speak their truth and be honest. I have this distinct feeling that is not necessarily a feeling that I feel, but I can understand through more masculine energies. Not saying that this Panther person has to identify it as a man or anything, but it's just energetically the Panther does feel more masculine. And I think that in this case, like, you know, like the energy that, you know, a typical man's man might feel, you know, when they're stuck around a bunch of women, you know, is a little sexist, but like, you know, let's be real. We're all a little sexist. Not like literally, but you know, we tweet men are trash and shit, you know, we view each other differently. Let's just say that. And I feel like the way that this Panther is, it's like they feel like they can't do right. Oh my God, it's not even a gender related feeling. I guess the example Spirit was showing me I was getting the wrong message from it. What they're trying to say is like, this Panther person feels like they have to walk on eggshells around the people, I would say especially family, and if they are dating someone, whoever this person is. Now what's interesting is that I'm not seeing any partner energy here. So I would say that if this Panther is in a relationship with someone, either if you're the Panther, this relationship is necessary for you to grow. This relationship is necessary for you to see the truth of who you are. It definitely seems like this relationship that you may currently be in is one that is literally meant to help you take your power back and stand in your power. But if you're the Snake, Spirit's really saying that their energy does not, or like what's going on in their relationship and stuff like that, focusing on it is not going to help you, and it is not going to improve anything in your life. If anything, it's just going to make you feel more insecure and feel even shittier. And so Spirit is really saying that if that is an issue, especially if you're the Snake and you like are worried about it, that it's not your job to worry. With peace and love, like you need to let this Panther kind of live out their life and learn these lessons with peace and love. You just need to like approach it and be like, okay, you need to learn these lessons, like sending you the peace and love and like moving forward. But I think what the Panther doesn't realize is that they're less willing to compromise than they realize. I don't think that this Panther is very good at collaborating or coming to compromises, mainly because I think that either this Panther was raised in a very like totalitarian household, maybe even totalitarian society. Like I literally just heard Soviet Union. So I don't know if for some of you, either you grew up back when the Soviet Union was still a Soviet Union, or this person could have, or they could have had family that lived in the Soviet, like, I don't know, Soviet Union is just like coming through for some reason. And like a piece of the Berlin Wall is something I just heard. So maybe for some of you that'll be significant. But with the Three of Pentacles in reverse here, I think that this Panther doesn't realize that they're not really willing to put in the work right now to move this connection forward. And I don't even think they're aware of that. Here's the thing though. I don't know how invested this Panther is in the connection. I think truthfully the Snake is more invested energetically in this connection than the Panther is. And I'm sorry if that's triggering to hear, but it's not because the panther isn't interested in the snake. It's just because the panther has a lot more to worry about. And the panther does kind of seem to have more of a runner energy, and the snake has more of like a chaser energy, if that makes sense. There's a lot of threes here, a lot of imbalance. And we have Sag energy with temperance as well. But like even now, there's just a lot of fire energy. But I think what the panther is not seeing about this connection is the fact that they didn't really try as hard as they could have, that they didn't, and that their lack of willingness to work through things with the snake is partially why this couldn't come to fruition. And I think, you know, maybe one thing as well, maybe the snake and the panther, maybe you two like hooked up really quickly, or got physically intimate really quickly and had like different expectations. Like maybe neither of you built a solid friendship first. I mean, the fact that we have the Three of Pentacles coming out twice, and for the snake's position we have the Three of Swords in reverse, the Four of Pentacles, and the Three of Pentacles in reverse, like that, those synchronicities are crazy to me. So this Three of Pentacles energy, I'm definitely like, it's linked. Like this is an event of some kind for sure. I feel like, oh, here's another thing. So if this panther does not have anyone in their life, I would definitely say the third party is like family, or expectations around family, or expectations around their job. And I think one thing that the panther is not realizing is that they may have rejected or ran away from this connection, and they may not realize that they gave their power away. They may also not realize that they first of all came across acting like they didn't want anything to do with the snake. I think that's more so coming from the snake's perspective. I don't know if that's reality. That kind of felt like a bias towards the snake a little bit. But with the panther here, I just think that like what's hidden from them is the fact that like they could have built a solid foundation if they wanted to, and they didn't. And I think they pushed it away due to feelings of unworthiness. But as a result, the Spirit's kind of saying, I think that this panther was so, I heard down bad, but like down bad's a good thing. So I guess they were they were feeling so low about themselves. They were feeling so shitty about themselves, truthfully. I can't think of a better adjective, sorry. That they kind of just pushed this connection away because they didn't have the energy or even the willpower to work on it, to collaborate, to communicate. And I think one of the scariest things for this panther was having grounded communication and being open and honest. I think that they keep themselves in the dark about their true feelings, about what's going on in their life. So of course they're not going to be able to communicate that to somebody. Now, moving over to the snake. What the snake does not realize about this connection, or what's hidden to the snake at this time, is one, this Page of Wands energy, I'm like interpreting it in a couple of different ways. So the first is that I think that this snake may have had an expectation that the panther was maybe more mature, or maybe not an expectation, but had like, but assumed that the panther was more mature, that they had more figured out. I feel like the panther is really, really, really good at like keeping any issues like well hidden and like close to the vest. And so I feel like the snake viewed the panther as an overall healthy-ish individual. And when I say healthy-ish, I just mean like, I'm not talking about physical health, but I would say like, you know, mental and emotional health, and especially like when it comes to boundaries and things like that. But I think that the snake did not realize how immature the panther actually was. And I'm sorry to say that if you're the panther with peace and love. I'm not saying that all the panthers here are immature, but I think that the snake had an expectation that the panther was more of this like King of Pentacles-esque energy rather than like what they really were, which was this Page of Wands. Another thing that this snake doesn't realize about this connection, and truthfully, this Page of Wands really ties into this creative energy that we were talking about with them, that a big important aspect of this connection was to inspire the snake creatively so that they may start working on expressing themselves creatively, following their journey. And I think one thing that the snake doesn't realize is that this panther person was integral to helping them find their path, to helping them find the next way forward. Now, here's what's really interesting. So this next position is what neither of you can see accurately because of your own ego. So I actually want to start with the snake on this one. Actually, no, I'm going to start with the panther. What the panther can't see with this Three of Swords upright is that they're in so much more pain than they realize. And I think part of the reason why they don't see themselves as being in pain is because while the Three of Swords obviously is like the heartbreak card, Swords is the suit of air, logic, mentality. And I think that this panther person dissects and like overanalyzes their emotions or anything they're feeling to death, or they just push them off and pretend like they're not there. It's kind of like they literally ruin any like emotion with their own brain, you know, their logic, their mentality. And I think that they maybe are unaware. I feel like they're probably really good at like burying the things that hurt them. And I think that one of the things that this panther was hurt by, that I don't think the snake did, but just this panther had a lot of heartbreak already within them. And I think that they really respected the snake and they really cared about what the snake thought of them. And they just knew that they couldn't show up for the snake like they needed to. Like, not like they needed to, like they need to, but if they wanted to be there for the snake, if they wanted to collaborate with this, I think that the panther believed that they couldn't be open to that. Like, it wouldn't fit with their lifestyle. But what I'm hearing about lifestyle is more so maladaptive coping mechanisms. Because here we have, I forgive myself for making the changes I know would better support me in the realization of my desires. I choose to believe that deeper comfort and fulfillment await me, and I may effortlessly receive them both once I surrender to the shift required to get there. So this panther is super guilty of kind of basically doing anything and everything to escape the energies they may be feeling, the uncomfortable energies they may be feeling. I think escapism is probably a big part of how they cope. And I think that the biggest thing that the panther is not realizing is that their choices and like, you know, the habits that they make, the changes that they need to make are not because they like suck and they're a bad person. It's because they have unresolved trauma that they need to address. Like, the reason why they're constantly seeking out things to give them comfort is because they are not comfortable internally. There is no comfort, truth be told. And I think that this panther person grips onto the smallest bit of their comfort zone that they actually have, which they do technically have a comfort zone, but I don't think that they're aware of the fact that their comfort zone is incredibly uncomfortable to them, in the sense that, like, if you're the panther, so if your comfort zone, for example, is a friend group that like parties a lot, for example, you might find yourself being uncomfortable around certain people because they may be shady or not have the best intentions. Or you may find that what's an example other than partying? Maladaptive coping mechanisms. You know, this panther could be avoiding anything that makes them feel anything. And so they might be running towards things that will numb their pain. And part of their comfort zone is the fact that they don't have a comfort zone. They're just constantly seeking comfort, because anytime they're left alone with their brain or left alone too long with themselves, then these things start coming to the surface that they haven't addressed and they haven't healed. Now, in terms of what the snake doesn't, so I guess what the panther is not seeing accurately is that their changes, especially like the reason why this connection is in separation partially, I think that like rejecting the snake broke the panther's heart. But I don't even think the panther is aware of that, because I think the panther, because we saw that desire energy, like the panther really desires the snake. But I think that the panther, first of all, May not, like, if they're in a separate connection, that can obviously be a huge thing. But with the Three of Swords energy here, I feel like what the Panther is not realizing is that this situation cut them deeper than they're willing to admit. I feel like they don't like to acknowledge things as being very serious. But also, I choose to believe that deeper comfort and fulfillment await me, and I may effortlessly receive them both once I surrender to the shift required to get there. I think what the Panther is not seeing accurately is that even though they push this connection away, they're not surrendering it. They're not like shifting their energy. They're kind of staying in this energy of guilt and shame around what happened, and it's not productive and it's not helping them move forward. Moving over to the snake, though, I found this really fascinating. Just the fact that we had, like, it literally flopped out like this. And so I think what the snake is not realizing about this connection, the only thing the snake sees is an unwillingness to collaborate. And so obviously, with the snake having insecurity as a shadow attribute, they're going to automatically assume that the reason why the Panther didn't want to collaborate with them, work together with them, build a solid foundation with them, is because the snake thinks it's, I'm sorry, I was literally getting a download while I was trying to explain that, like, Spirit's going too fast for me. The snake took that as rejection. I'm not worthy. I'm okay. Well, they don't want me. Like, that sucks. But what they don't realize is that the Panther feels like they're doing the snake a favor because they're not, shoot, what's the word you're trying to give me? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I keep losing what I'm channeling because I have other voices coming in my head while I'm channeling, telling me things, which is always happening, but it's just a lot at once. Like, I wish I could be like one at a time. But I think that the snake is not realizing that maybe they were, first of all, just as unwilling to collaborate as the Panther was. And I'm not saying, I think that they were willing to collaborate, but I think that they were not willing to, like, put that energy out there, to start that communication and start those steps. I also, one of the downloads that I got that sidetracked me, if there's a job holding you both back, I heard that job isn't shit. Like, that job fucking sucks. Like, you guys shouldn't be there. If you're working at the same job and it sucks. If you like your job and you're happy where you're at, completely disregard what I'm saying there. I think that was a very specific situation, but it came in so intensely that it distracted me. So I think it's meant for somebody. But I think that the snake took this lack of willingness to build a foundation. Like, I feel like the Panther wasn't even willing to build a friendship with the snake. And I think that's probably because the Panther does not want to have a friendship with the snake. They want something more. And so for them, it's easier to just kind of, like, you know, get out of the way. But with this energy here, I think the snake thinks that, you know, with this Four of Pentacles here, thinks that the Panther just didn't really want to open up to them, didn't want to include them in their life, right? And I feel like the snake has probably come up with, like, a dialogue in their head of all the reasons why the Panther hates them and everything that's wrong with them, that explains why this Panther, like, doesn't, gosh, I keep losing my train of thought. I'm so sorry. Are you guys having trouble with your memory? I just heard drink to forget. So, I mean, definitely, like, substances are a huge thing here. But I think what the snake is not seeing accurately is that the Panther didn't reject them because they didn't want to invest in them. The Panther rejected them because they still have a lot of pain that the snake couldn't see. And I think the snake took this as, oh, they just don't really care about me and they don't want to open up to me. And I don't think the snake saw, first, the snake definitely didn't see any of the heartbreak energy going on with the panther, because the panther can't even see it accurately. So of course the snake's not going to see it. Maybe the snake was maybe more aware of it, but I think that they couldn't confirm those feelings of awareness because the panther person was so reserved and restricted. But with this Three of Pentacles energy, I feel like this snake person is feeling really worthless, and that's kind of maybe a cycle that they've been healing from, is these feelings of worthlessness because they couldn't help the panthers. One thing that I'm hearing, because we have this caregiver energy here, and it says, I forgive myself for feeling as though I should not have experiences that only I seem to benefit from. I choose to believe that when I give myself permission to independently explore my desires, I am able to return to my loved ones with a renewed passion. And so I think one thing that Spirit is saying that the snake can't see properly is that the panther is not for the snake to save. And if you're the snake, you need to know that, like, now I'm hearing the song, don't save her, she don't want to be saved. And like, I think that's really accurate energy. This panther needs to save themselves. And I feel like this snake kind of needs to have like holding out for a hero energy, you know? You can choose Bonnie Tyler or Shrek 2, both iconic. Unless you're the panther person, then you need to be the hero that the snake's holding out for. However, you really don't need to do anything. I'm just being cheeky, but I feel like what neither people here can see is that there's a desire for more, a desire to lay your cards down on the table, to be open and honest with each other. But I really don't think that either party is in a place to do that right now, energetically. And I think that both parties are definitely still healing. Now, what do both of you need to know moving forward? So starting with the panther, moving forward, we have Temperance and the Seven of Wands. And what Spirit is really saying, first of all, if the panther wants to have this connection, if you're the panther, you're going to have to fight for it. And the only way to truly fight for it, first and foremost, is to start embodying this temperance energy. Temperance energy is literally all about finding your balance. And balance doesn't mean 50-50. It means finding your balance. So that could be 70-30, for example. Like, you know, your work-life balance. Maybe it's 70% work, 30% life. 70% life, 30% work. You know what I mean? Like, whatever that balance is to you. And I love this explanation of temperance in this deck because it's Alice, obviously. And in the story, she like eats and drinks different things. Oh my God, shrooms. Ego death. That's something that's been occurring as well, or will occur, is something that I'm hearing. And maybe Spirit's saying, you know, if you're the panther, with peace and love, like, be careful. Make sure you've got like somebody there to take care of you, or somebody to call in case you're having a bad trip or something like that. Goes both ways, whichever one you are, if that's something you're considering. I am not supporting it. I'm not like encouraging it. I'm just saying, if you're doing it, be safe and make sure you take care of yourself. And my dryer is agreeing with me. But Spirit is essentially saying, like, you need to calm down if you're the panther. Like, you need to kind of reel things back in and be a little less all over the place. I feel like with temperance, you need to have a more balanced approach when it comes to having fun, but also being responsible. And I think what this panther person needs to realize is that they may be struggling with like all or nothing thinking, like it's everything or it's nothing. And I think what Spirit is wanting the panther to realize is that they can have their cake and eat it too. Oh my God. And the King of Pentacles says, oh my gosh. And now it's all tying together. I love it. But Spirit is essentially saying that, you know, temperance is also Sagittarius energy, which is very like spiritually motivated. It's higher learning, it's wisdom, it's traveling. And I think essentially what Spirit is saying is that, like, if the panther wants to continue pursuing this connection, like, well, actually, I don't even want to say that because obviously not much is going on right now. But I think what's going on for the panther, like moving forward, if they want to kind of heal and get out of this and like this shitty energy that they're in, that they're going to have to be more calculated with how they go about their day-to-day life, in the sense that they need to plan it out more, maybe have more of a routine. It does kind of seem like they're swinging like extremes on a pendulum, like resting and then working and then rest. Like there's just not a lot of balance, and not a lot of moderation. And temperance can encompass so many different energies. But I definitely feel like the Panther is avoiding a lot of the healing that they need to be doing through their like escapist behaviors, and Spirit saying that's one thing that's slowing the Panther down from seeing fully and seeing clearly. With the Seven of Wands, though, I think Spirit is saying that it's incredibly important for this Panther to have a temperate approach moving forward, because there are more challenges coming the Panther's way. And if you're the Panther, I'm so sorry, but like that's life, that's what it does, and like you're strong, you can handle it, you can do it. But it's going to be a lot easier to handle these challenges if you're the Panther, if you have an adequate amount of sleep, if you've eaten enough food, if you think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Where do you fall on that? Are you at the bottom? Are you focusing on your basic needs for survival? Well, that's what you need to focus on until you can get beyond that. And then you can start thinking about more things. But like, if survival is your focus, then like spiritual stuff isn't going to be very helpful for you, because you have to like, there's obviously much more important things like your own physical needs and well-being to take care of, and like that is incredibly important. We have a lot of energy here about comfort, though. Like, both of you don't like to step out of your comfort zones at all, and both of you do get stuck in habits and patterns that are not ideal. But let's keep going with the snake now, because this is what does the snake need to know moving forward. I think one big energy that I'm feeling with this Knight of Wands in reverse and this Emperor in reverse, if the snake has like an unruly, if the snake has like a controlling, authoritarian, like domineering family member, I think one thing that Spirit's saying is be careful what you say to them, and be careful what you say and do out of anger, because it may not end very well for you. I don't mean that in like a dangerous way. I just mean it in like, it's going to feel good in the moment, but you're going to have to pay for it later in some type of way. I don't know what that is. And so I think Spirit is saying, be wary of how you may be acting out of your own internal anger at the world. But also, if there is like a domineering father figure in the snake's life, which I mean honestly even makes more sense, because the Panther is picking up on a King of Pentacles energy, and I think that's probably that could be a huge reason why the Panther ran away or rejected the snake or walked away, especially if the snake comes from a family with a higher socioeconomic standing. I mean, King of Pentacles here, it makes sense. I feel like the Panther, they already feel unworthy. And, what's Pentacles? It's all about value. It's all about worth. And so I think one thing that this Panther is doing is like, I think one thing that this Panther does is they picture the ideal partner for the snake because they don't see themselves as good enough. And I also think they think about what the snake's family wants for them. I think this Panther really doesn't see their own value and doesn't recognize that the snake liked the Panther for who they were. And that's one frustrating thing for the snake. But I have a couple more interpretations for what this snake needs to know moving forward. The first is that if you're the snake and you have the ability to hear about what the Panther's up to, one thing I want to say first and foremost is that there is a degree of separation between your lower self and your higher self. And when we do readings like this, oftentimes the higher self comes through. And so when you're disconnected from your higher self, the lower self is acting completely oblivious to what the higher self is telling them. And when you do spiritual work, you often talk to a person's higher self, and oftentimes I mean, it's not uncommon for people to be disconnected from their higher truth. Like, just because it exists and it's a thing doesn't mean that people are always connecting to it for whatever reason. And I think one thing that this panther may be doing that this snake may hear about is a lot of like, this panther may like sleep around out of heartbreak. This panther may kind of go out with a lot of different people. This Knight of Wands in reverse energy does give me like fuck boy, fuck girl energy. And it might be really triggering to the snake and it might make them feel more insecure. But what I want the snake to understand is that the reason why the panther is doing this is because of their own feelings of unworthiness, their own feelings of insecurity. And that that is one of their coping mechanisms in terms of like what they do in order to kind of pretend like this wound isn't here. And what Spirit is wanting the snake to know is that they cannot control the panther. They can't control this situation, which you're probably aware of because it's not like you're even talking to them. But the thing is that you may just feel frustrated and you may feel shittier. And I think Spirit is saying, if you happen to hear about anything, it is not worth stressing over. It's not worth losing your top over, blowing your top over. It's not worth being upset over, because if you're the snake, understandably, when you like someone and they're like out there, you know, just doing the deed with anything that'll move, you know, that's kind of obviously that's triggering, that's uncomfortable. But I think what Spirit is saying is that this is a distorted energy. This is not an energy that this panther is acting on with like light and love and conviction. This is an energy this panther is acting on through fear and sadness and trauma and pain. And they are very guilty for not making changes they know would better them. And I think, for example, if you're the snake, the panther may have not wanted to be open to you in this connection because they recognize that would involve, they would have to be better, that they would have to do better, and that they weren't ready for that yet. We have the addict which we have tons of addict energy here, but I think it's interesting because we have the abstinent. And so I definitely feel like the snake is in the chaser energy and the panther's in the runner energy, but they both talk about comfort, and they say, I forgive myself for shaming myself. But truthfully too, with chasing and runner energy, like it switches all the time. So like you're both runners and chasers, but like one is predominantly a chaser. You know, you catch my drift. I forgive myself for shaming myself for the intensity with which I experience my life. I choose to believe that when I open myself up to the full spectrum of experience, I give myself permission to explore the depths of my being, so that I may gain a clear understanding of who I am to be in the world. We have, I forgive myself for holding on to habits that no longer serve me. I choose to believe that when I set the intention to have compassion for my emotional experience, I will find I am able to more effortlessly engage in behaviors that better support me. So I definitely think both of you are learning how to embrace feelings of discomfort. And there's no better way to force you to do this than through these like intense spiritual connections, because you're going to face a lot of discomfort in them, and you're going to have to face a lot of discomfort to evolve through them and ascend through them. But I think you both will, and I think you'll do great. But let's look at the energy, how you're seeing one another. So the panther is either seeing the snake as already very fruitful, very abundant, but I'm getting kind of a younger energy for some people. So I don't feel like no matter what gender the snake is, I feel like the panther is thinking about somebody in the snake's family that may have control over the snake. Or maybe potentially a boss. But I think that this panther, first of all, they think that the snake deserves like all of the riches, like beautiful things in the world. But also they think often about this authority figure in the snake's life that would not be open to them. They worry about what they would think. In fact, they think about it a lot. Like they think about like, oh, they wouldn't like me for this, or they wouldn't like me for that. And I think it's interesting because it's less so, because I think the way that the panther feels and sees this feels about and the way the panther feels about the snake and the way the panther sees the snake is not much different. I think it's less so, but this is kind of a good thing. Like, if you're the snake and you're feeling frustrated at this authority figure or whatever this is for stopping you, for holding this connection back, truthfully, I think it's a good thing. Well, actually, one thing that the panther is not realizing is that they actually are kind of using this family energy as an excuse to not improve themselves and not explore this connection further, because they have kind of a defeatist attitude. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be their energy forever, but it is kind of where it is for them right now, because they're like, oh, well, the snake's family wouldn't like this, or the snake's family wouldn't like that. And meanwhile, the snake's looking at the panther, and truthfully, the snake has a pretty accurate energy for the panther. I think that this is the saddest Four of Cups card I've ever seen in my entire life, and I think it's kind of fitting. I think that the snake recognizes that maybe the panther isn't too happy with themselves in their life, but I don't think that they understand the extent of heartbreak that the panther might be dealing with. I think that this situation just added to it. I think there was already a lot there, and the situation just made it worse. But I also think that that the snake is seeing the panther as somebody who is not seeing the light. Like, is not like, if they would just turn around and see my cup, they would realize, like, I've been here all along. Now, if you're the snake, I'm about to tell you why that take does not work. The reason why you're in separation, why this is all happening, is because if the panther just turned around and took your cup, if you're the snake, they would drink it, and then they would drink another cup, and they would drink another cup. Because some of you, this person definitely has, like, they like to drink. And I'm here like, baby girl, what's your name? Buy you a drink. Okay. But anyway, they would not treat you the way you deserve, and it would exacerbate your insecurities. They would not be able to show up in the way you need them to. They would not be able to communicate boundaries with you. They would not be able to even communicate on a regular basis with you. If you're the snake, if you entered, even though you feel this connection with the panther, if you were actually in this connection with the panther, you would be in a much worse situation, because first of all, it would create a lot of tension, a lot of conflict. It would create more harm and more hurt. But also, it would literally just create more insecurity within you and make the issues that you're trying to heal worse. That's kind of like what you do to each other. Like, the snake is someone worth a lot of value, and the panther sees themselves as worthless. That's something that they got to deal with. The panther doesn't feel they're worth what the snake is, and that makes the snake feel insecure, because the panther is not accepting them. The panther is rejecting them. But both of you are prolonging this separation period, partially because you're both afraid of making the changes required to move this energy forward. Now, when I say, like, coming back together, I don't know. That's all the connections are different, and, like, I don't want to make assumptions about what will happen here. But I know for a goddamn fact that, like, these two are not together, sorry. These two were brought together and are now not together because the intensity of the connection between them is literally meant to force you to deal with your shit and heal it. Because if you don't, you will be leaving a lot of, and this isn't even about love at this point, you'll be leaving a lot of unactualized potential, which that's what this snake card is fucking about. I'm cussing so much in this pile too. You wouldn't reach your fullest selves. You know, we can run from ourselves our entire lives if we don't have a mirror. And I actually channeled that once when I was talking to my guides, and they were kind of saying, you know, because I was like, why do we have these, like, why? What's the point? And they're kind of, there's a lot, but one of the reasons that they gave me was these connections serve as, like, the most intense mirror ever. And, like, you know, that's how some divine connections are like that, depending on how healthy you are emotionally, spiritually, physically. Well, not necessarily physically, but how healthy you are, especially emotionally and, like, mentally. but karmic partners as well. Like, they're very important because they shine those, they show like, and I don't even mean karmic partners in just a romantic sense. I mean like friends, like everything. Like, people come into our lives, like, but this connection, for example, you know, was meant to come into each one another. You were meant to cross paths, like, for sure, because you were meant to highlight all these things inside of you, all these shadows that you have that are stopping you from growing and following what is true to you. And I think both of you view this connection as a burden, and both of you may have external circumstances that make this connection even more difficult. And so I think one thing that Spirit is saying is that if you have external circumstances stopping you from moving forward, whether you're the Panther and you're in another connection, or you don't feel worthy for a connection or ready for a relationship, or you're the Snake and you're worried about what your family thinks, or you're not able to fully be yourself, I think that Spirit is saying that clearly there's a lot of adverse energy going towards the connection. And if you two can't fight the adverse energy coming towards you in your day-to-day life and face the adversity within you, neither of you are going to be secure in yourselves enough to collaborate, to be grounded in this connection and build a foundation that is solid, that works for both of you. Like, neither of you could even be honest with each other right now because you would rather keep the status quo than make one another uncomfortable. And obviously you're not talking right now, but I think a big reason why this separation period either happened or why it is happening is because neither of you want to really kind of come forward and say, okay, so let's talk about what happened, or let's talk about our feelings or something like that. And maybe if anyone's reaching out, I would say it's likely the Snake, but I don't think that the Panther is responding to it because I think that they're burdened by it. However, let's talk about what mutual energies are both helping and hurting the connection. So the first thing is this Ten of Wands. So this Ten of Wands energy is what is helping the connection. So, and this is just coming full circle because, you know, this cross can talk about burdens, and the Ten of Wands talks about burdens, you know, carrying a lot of weight. And I mean, like, I'm like, Spirit's even showing me right now, like, you know, the image of like Jesus, like carrying his cross before he's hung on it. Like, it seems like, and I think that was just an example of Spirit kind of just saying, like, you know, both of you have really heavy burdens to carry. But I think one thing helping both of you is that you both are kind of becoming so overwhelmed and overloaded with things in your life that you both will have no choice but to lighten your load, to fix this energy going on, because neither of you really right now can do a whole lot in terms of this connection beyond trying to keep both of your heads above water. Like, I definitely feel like this separation like needs to happen for a reason, because I feel like even if you two are in communication right now, like, you would both just be focused on the other person and you wouldn't be focused on yourselves. And that's why these like intense connections are like, listen, you know, like, and I think it's more so just confusing right now for the both of you, because either maybe you're newer to this, or maybe this is like, you know, maybe this is your first rodeo and you're not quite sure what's going on, or you're just confused. And I think what Spirit wants you to know is that you didn't mess anything up. No matter what person you are, you didn't mess anything up. Everything happened the way it's meant to, but you cannot project all of the issues of how this connection played out on the other person. It takes two to tango. You both have shadow aspects. You both were afraid of going outside your comfort zones and being honest with one another, and being open with one another. Because I feel like neither of you really wanted to like say what you actually felt, or like if y'all had problems, y'all didn't want to talk about them because you just wanted to stay in like that comfort zone. You didn't want to like cause a problem, and that's okay. But that's a shadow aspect that needs to be healed. That's you staying in your comfort zone. That's you avoiding the issue. That's you doing what you can to get away from the issue. Now with the Four of Pentacles in reverse here for shared energy that's hurting the connection. I was kind of interested because we had the Four of Pentacles up right here. But I think the shared energy that's hurting the connection is, first of all, maybe both of you are talking. If you two have mutual friends, be careful what you say to them. Like, I'm serious, like, be careful, because I'm just kind of getting this energy like maybe it will be helpful if you both are reserved. I'm almost getting this idea like there could be some like energy in the background that's jealous or wants to sabotage things. I don't even know if necessarily wants to sabotage things, but could be like kind of envious or just may want to start crap that's not worth it. But that's not everything that I'm hearing. I also think that with the Four of Pentacles in reverse as well, I think one energy that's hurting both of you is that neither of you are like, I feel like both of you are so stubborn. No offense. And it's like you're almost being stingy when it comes to what you're willing to do about this connection. Like, I definitely think, once again, and this must be a collective energy where like people in separation, they kind of seem to be like there's this desire to be more open, but nobody really wants to communicate. Like, nobody really wants to be open and straightforward. But one thing I'm also thinking about is the fact that in the very beginning, y'all had that card of abundance. So it is quite possible that one energy holding you both back is the fact that either one or both of you are not financially independent, so you can't make your own decisions, or you're not really able to focus on love or anything like that because you're focused on survival needs and just kind of saving money and doing what you need to do. For some, I'm almost hearing like this specific energy, like for some of you, maybe like the workplace was tied in some way. But truthfully, this has been going on for so long and my brain is getting fried, so I'm just gonna keep moving forward. So the hidden energy that neither of you can see is the Six of Pentacles in reverse. And so what neither of you can truly see right now is that neither of you are in the place or in the position to be giving to one another. Now, I will say, if you're the snake, you are like an all-star at giving to others when your cup is empty. Like, you could find a whole pitcher and not of like Kool-Aid and your cup is empty. Like, it's almost like you could just pull this energy to give and care for others, like out of nowhere. I'm sorry, I gotta move back to the snake, this energy here with the Knight of Wands and the Emperor in reverse again. I think one thing that Spirit wants you to know, especially going back to if the snake doesn't realize that the Panther, at least when the separation period started, was in this more Page of Wands energy, that part of their progression is that they can't go from the Page to the Emperor, you know? They have to go from the Page to the Knight to the Queen to the King. Like, there has to be a progression there. And I think that what the snake is not realizing, like, you know, when I was saying, you know, if the snake hears about the Panther, like, having escapades, for example, and that triggers the snake, what Spirit is saying to the snake is that those experiences, first of all, I don't know why you're hearing about them. Like, that could be a sign of somebody that maybe you shouldn't be involved with if they're like trying to tell you things to make you uncomfortable or like stir the pot. But Spirit's kind of saying like they're not even at like a Knight of Wands upright energy. Like, they're kind of like, what's the word? They need to sow their wild oats, essentially. Whoever this Panther is, like, they need time to be free. And like, I'm hearing Born to Be Wild in my head now. Like, you know, they need their time with their motley crew to, like, you know, be crazy, you know? But that they have to kind of go through this whole transition and experience. And that's why I get, for some of you, like, this, you and this Panther or you and this snake might be younger in age, because it does kind of seem like you both have a lot of experiences that you still need to go through and overcome to have a level of awareness that's more evolved about this situation. I'm not saying that you're unevolved. I'm just saying that, like, the more time passes, the more you'll be able to look back and see where you got it wrong, like on both ends. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that, or oh, I get why this would have been a nightmare if, like, you know, we'd been together and I had this issue and they had that problem. Like, you know, there's just so many little intricacies that you can't see that Spirit does. That's like, okay, they can't be together right now because it'll just be like a dumpster fire. You know what I mean? But I think, you know, with the Six of Pentacles in reverse, I think one thing that you guys don't realize is that you don't even have enough energy, time, resources to give to yourself, let alone give it to anybody else. I think one thing that you're not realizing is that you both are needing to give to yourselves right now, and that I think you both are waiting on the other to make a move, or you both have are placing maybe unfair expectations on the other. And I just heard wipe the slate clean. And that may be a lot easier said than done, but kind of what I'm hearing from Spirit is that it may be helpful for both of you if, instead of like ruminating on the past, just trying to slowly but surely transcend what happened and transcend that hurt into acceptance, but also recognize that there is a grieving period for things like this. Like, grieving and mourning is a necessary process that we all have to go through in order to be able to kind of detach and let go. And detaching and letting go of things doesn't necessarily mean that you're letting go of somebody forever. It just means you're letting go of the situation and letting go of what you can't control. I feel like the snake also, oh my God, and another thing for the Knight of Wands in reverse, the Emperor in reverse. The snake might be doing problematic things in their personal life. Like, I kind of heard self-harmy-esque things because of their own insecurities, because people may not be showing up for them the way they want to, or they're not getting the validation that they want from other people. And that's a very dumbed down version, and I know that sounds unsympathetic, but it's kind of the gist of what Spirit is saying to me. And Spirit is definitely saying to the snake that they need to be able, that one, like, they're so valuable, and like, they deserve to have control over their lives. And if you're the snake, like, having some, like, recognizing that you can be in control of your own life. Now, if you're living at home with family, that may be a lot harder. But at the very least, like, if you start acknowledging what you can control instead of what you can't, you may behave in a less self-destructive way. I can just kind of see how this snake might get frustrated at times and behave in self-destructive ways, just out of anger or just out of frustration. And I think one thing that Spirit is saying is to, like, not try to control any creative expression too much. Like, with this Page of Wands energy, I think Spirit is saying that the best thing the snake can do right now is, like, kind of follow their path and have fun and not take things too seriously. I think that right now you both are kind of just building your own energy up in the 3D, building your own lives up. And, like, honestly, I would say it makes a lot of sense that both of you are not in communication, because I think that you both have a lot to address in your personal lives. And I think, truthfully, I think that a Spirit will either bring this back around when it's time. Actually, I don't even want to say anything like that. I do think that, but I guess I just don't want to go into, like, what I think might happen, because first of all, there's so many different potentials there. And secondly, like, it's not my place to say. And third, like, the future is always changing. But I did just cut this deck and we had fire. There's a lot of fire energy in this pile. So before we go into the extended, which I will say, in the extended, you're like, as if this hasn't been extended enough. But I'm like, I need to, like, feed my guinea pigs and shit. In the extended, we're going to look at channeled messages from each other. We're going to look at what's shifting in the connection. We're also going to look at deeper advice, and we're going to look at what energies are, like, shifting as well for both of you and collectively. So we'll see what's kind of going on in the future. And I'm going to finish off by getting advice for both of you together, and then separately. So let's start. Spirit, what advice do you have for both the Panther and the Snake? So we have heart, emotions, and intuition. So Spirit is definitely saying follow this situation with your heart. Obviously, Panther may have a lot more trouble with that. But I think also one thing that Spirit is saying to the snake is that the snake might be, it might be helpful for the snake to approach things in a more logical, well, I know I say that and we just said, let me shut up and shuffle another card and then I'll, okay, we got 3. So we also have joy and we have breathe. Yeah, this breathe card came out in another pile. So dolphins could be significant. Dolphins are a lot about inner children. But I think what Spirit is saying for both of you is that you both need to just find more joy in your life and follow what makes your heart happy. It's like neither of you really have room at all for one another, let alone room in your heart space. I think both of you do need to do some inner work, some inner transformation. Truthfully, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a connection that entered a separation recently or re-entered a separation for some of you. And for others, I just feel like this is an important time for you to grow, and I think there's a lot of growth to come through this. But Spirit, what advice do you have for the Panther specifically? There we go, fire wanted to come out. And what about the snake, Spirit? We have create, nurture your creative energy. Yeah, so if you're the Panther, you need to focus on your transformation, focus on purging. One of the best things about fire, you know, scorched earth, like you literally, fire is destructive, but it creates a fresh slate for you to start over and grow new things. And if you're the snake, channel all that energy into your creativity. That's really all you need to do. Like, you're doing amazing. And on the back of the deck, we have the moon. And that's subconscious mind, feminine intuition, and trust, faith in the power of the universe. So Spirit is really saying, trust us. We've got your back. Even if the outcome to this, actually, no, fuck it. Outcome doesn't matter. Outcome doesn't matter at all. Stop focusing on outcome. Focus on right now, because the outcome does not exist. The limit does not exist. Had to. Mean Girls. I'm a white girl, watch Mean Girls. Like, had to. Anyway, limit does not exist. Outcome does not exist. The outcome is created every day through how you choose to act. And so this separation period is also determined by a lot of those things. Now, there are some external things, like obviously if there's somebody's dating somebody else, or there's like restrictions. Truthfully, if you're not an adult yet, these readings aren't really very helpful because you're not able to have control over yourself. But if you are an adult and you are stuck in a situation where you're living at home and not able to make your own decisions, and I would say that it makes sense that you be focusing on that financial abundance so that you can create a life for yourself where you can make decisions. But Spirit is really saying, you know, that, you know, maybe it took this relationship to give you or your person the conviction to want to like separate themselves from negative energies, or to grow and evolve. And I just think over time you're going to slowly but surely understand why things had to happen the way they did. The Spirit is saying you're not going to be able to predict how this happens, but what you can do is ensure that you'll have the best outcome by focusing on working hard in your own life and focusing on what you can control and not freaking out about what you can't. So, okay. Oh, pile 3. I'm going to take this over to the extended now. But if you are leaving me here, thank you so much for watching all the way through. Definitely let me know down in the comments how it resonates. I would love to hear. And definitely let me know which side are you? Like, what do you think of this format? What do you think of this experiment? I'm just going to be completely honest. I'm probably going to say this in the intro because I haven't filmed it yet. But like, with peace and love, I'm probably never doing a reading like this again because it took so much energy for me. And it could just be because I'm really tired. But like, whew, this was a lot. So I hope that it helped, and I hope at least like all of the effort put in was worth it. But thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much to everyone who watches my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, and so I just want to say thank you. If you enjoyed this video, I'd love it if you left a like, and if you haven't already, I would love it if you subscribed. If you want, you can also follow me on my social medias, and you can check out my merch. All of those links will be down below. But if you are leaving me, thank you so much for being here. Go ahead and check out the extended that is linked below if you're interested in looking at that and the topics we're exploring. But yeah, I'm gonna leave things here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you will come back and see me again soon. Bye.